We're waiting for our other council member that's across the parking lot at our chamber meeting. So that's why the couple-minute delay here. We're hoping that she'll be running across the parking lot to get here. Should I just start? All right. Okay. Then, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this joint meeting of the City of Cotati City Council and the successor agency to the former Cotati Community Redevelopment Agency for this Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. Oh, and here we have our other council member, just in time. So with that, Kevin, could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Rivers.
Here.
Councilmember Lemus.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sparks.
Here.
Mayor Harvey.
Here. And I would like to inform everyone that Councilmember Ford is attending remotely due to some issue according to the new laws. So he will be on the screen up there. And hopefully, Ben, you'll be able to raise your hand so I can see you. At least I can see you on the screen. Great, perfect. Thank you for that. So with that, would everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you for that. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes and notice of waiving of reading of all resolutions and ordinances introduced and or adopted under this agenda item. And we have one item, which is the minutes for the May 23rd meeting. Does anyone at the council have any corrections or comments on that item?
Mayor Harvey.
Yeah. Yes.
Just one quick change. I'm sorry, I just noticed this shortly before the meeting, but item 9B, which was pulled from the consent calendar, is missing the action box.
So, yeah, Mayor, we can, item 9B in the minutes, we can, if this is okay with the council, we can amend those minutes to include the vote, which was, we'll confirm the vote, but my recollection was unanimous approval of the of that item, and there was also a direction to staff for next year's accordion festival to look into a couple different options for the fees, and we'll note that as well.
Okay. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, seeing nods. All right, is that, and I saw Ben's thumb up, so that's good. And since this is an action item, I will open it up for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on our minutes from our May 23rd meeting? You may raise your hand if you want to speak on the minutes. Not seeing anybody jump up and or raise their hand. So Kevin, could we please go to our members on Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you would like to make a public comment on approval of the minutes for May 23rd, please use the raise hand icon, or if you're dialing in, dial *9. And we do have from the Zoom name says call in user. You have the floor. If you are calling in fact, you can use *6 on your keypad to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jennifer Coleman. I'm a resident of Cotati at 7829 Brevard Court in the Cotati Cottages. And I would just like to express It's, sorry.
Is this on, excuse me, is this in regards to our May 23rd meeting minutes? That's the item that we're on right now. If you, it sounds like you might be wanting to talk on item 11A. Is that possible?
That would be regarding the development, the rezoning.
Okay, that's item 11A, and we're not quite there yet. We are actually on item 4, which is the minutes from our last meeting. So if you have a comment.
Thank you. I just literally got on board with this,
Okay.
so I barely made it in by a hair. So I jumped the gun. I'll just wait. Will that be about 40 minutes in?
Hard to say how many comments people have, but it shouldn't be too long a wait, because it is soon. But yes, you'll get another opportunity to do that. So please hang on, okay? Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Harvey, that'll end public comment.
All righty. So then there are no more public comments on the minutes. I'd be looking for a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as amended.
I'll second. Kevin, can we have a roll call vote since Ben is online?
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Aye.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sparks,
Yes.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes. Okay, that item passes unanimously. So we will move on to announcements. Meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and the adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items, where the City Council will consider the item and citizens are afforded the opportunity to provide comments relevant to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizen's business item, which is the designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. The City Council may or may not choose to respond to comments as the government code allows. However, if the City Council declines to respond, it should not be perceived as giving credence to or agreeing with any statements the City Council or its members believe are incorrect, misinformed, or purposely biased. Next, Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotaticity.org. Next, citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to sign up with Nixle by downloading the Everbridge app from the iOS or Android App Store, or by texting your zip code, which is 94931, to 888-777. Next, like always, we love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or info@cotaticity.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, Nixle, and Nextdoor. So that concludes that item, and we will move on to proclamations, of which I have one proclamation, and my understanding is we do not have a recipient here for that proclamation, but I will read it. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Cotati celebrating Juneteenth. Whereas on June 19, 1865, nearly 9 decades after our nation's founding and more than 2 years after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, enslaved Americans in Galveston, Texas, finally received word that they were free from bondage and were recognized for the first time as citizens. And whereas Black Americans came to commemorate Juneteenth with celebrations across the country, building new lives and new tradition that we honor today. And whereas in its celebration of freedom, Juneteenth is a day that should be recognized by all Americans. And whereas Juneteenth is a day in which we remember the moral stain and terrible toll of slavery on our country. And whereas Juneteenth is also a day that also reminds us of our incredible capacity to heal, hope, and emerge from our darkest moments with purpose and resolve. Whereas we celebrate the centuries of struggle, courage, and hope that have brought us to this time of progress and possibility, and everyday Americans who have helped make real the ideals of our founding documents for all. And whereas on Juneteenth, we recommit ourselves to the work of equity, equality, and justice. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on the 23rd of May, 2023, the City Council of the City of Cotati hereby celebrates June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth. So we will get that to the appropriate persons. And with that, we will move on. The next item is approval of the final agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
No proposed changes, Mayor.
Okay. And since this is also an action item, if there's anybody wishing to speak on the final agenda, please raise your hand. Not seeing anyone. Can you check with our Zoom attendees?
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on approval of the final agenda, please use the raise hand icon at this time, or if you're dialing in, dial *9. Mayor Harvey, that'll end public comment.
Okay, thank you for that. The next item, we are on to citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar or any matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda during this period. Pursuant to the City Council Policy 2021-01, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. So with that, I do have speaker cards, but I'm looking at them and I believe they are all for item 11A. I just want to check. Okay, so I do not have, yes.
Yes, good evening, Council. Neil Hancock. I'm just wondering what the status is of the Cotati pedestrian and bicycle plan update. This was started in 2021, and then nothing happened in 2022, and we're now midway in 2023. And specifically, I've talked to Caltrans in the past about how does the city plan for crossing Highway 116? How do citizens, how is there a safe pedestrian crossing that happens across Highway 116? And particularly, we're talking about West Cotati Avenue here. And what Caltrans' bicycle and pedestrian representative told me was that it should be in the pedestrian and bicycle plan. So intergovernmental communication, it should be written in that plan. We currently have activity on the north side of Highway 116, and we have pedestrian routes along Highway 11, along West Cotati Avenue, and we have access in Sonoma County. And I'm just wondering, how do we get that into a plan that anybody who's looking to do anything in that area can understand? So I know that walking is a relatively new concept. This is the land of the Pomo and the Southern Miwok, and walking is a relatively new idea, or as an old idea, should I say, but we're having to deal with it now. So I'm just bringing it up. Having just returned from the land of Shakespeare, I did ask the Bard, the Google Bard, ChatGPT 4.0, I guess as it's known technically, and it came up with some answers, but I thought I'd ask the council directly, what is the status of the Cotati bicycle and pedestrian plan? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Anyone else wanting to speak on citizens' business on items not on the agenda? Okay, not seeing anyone. Would you like to check with the Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. For our Zoom attendees, if you would like to make a public comment for citizens' business or consent calendar items, please use the raise hand icon at this time. Mayor Harvey, that'll end public comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Damien, would you like to address that? I believe that that's happening like next week, right?
Yeah. So June 19th, at the Planning Commission, they are going to be formally re-kicking off the Bike and Ped Master Plan with Sonoma County Transportation Authority officials. So this is as we've been talking about for a while, there's a joint project with SCTA regionally and then us locally doing this Bike and Ped plan update. So the kickoff is on the 19th, which is the upcoming Planning Commission meeting. At that same meeting, we also plan to hold a workshop on that particular intersection to get initial public feedback on that intersection and how that would operate from a vehicle, pedestrian, and bicycle standpoint. So
Thank you for that. Hopefully that answers that. And I bet I know where Neil's going to be on Monday. Just guessing. Okay, so the consent calendar has 3 items. First is the 23-24 SB1 list of projects as required by the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. And the second is approval of the 2023 Lime Foundation Battle of the Bands event in La Plaza Park. And lastly is the setting of a public hearing date for the consideration of objections to the outstanding backflow testing charges and levying of assessments for fiscal year 2023-24. So those are the items, and I would be looking for a motion on those items if none are asked to be pulled.
I move to approve the consent calendar items.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Kevin, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rivers.
The consent calendar items, the 3 items that I just read. The SB1 projects, the Lime Foundation Battle of the Bands, and the public hearing for the backflow testing.
Okay, aye.
Okay.
Councilmember Lemus.
Yes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sparks.
Yes.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes. So thank you for that. Those items passed. And the next item on the agenda is direction on future agenda items.
I did want to ask about it was my understanding we had to vote again on the Juneteenth flag raising ceremony.
So, yeah, I did confirm before the meeting, at the last meeting, and it's memorialized in the minutes, that the council actually did that element of it. So they
Right.
did direct the flag and the ceremony for both Pride and Juneteenth.
Okay, then may I please announce to all the folks who are here on Monday, June 19th, we are going to have a flag raising to celebrate that day for the first time in Cotati. So if you'd like to come join us, that would be lovely.
What time is that at again?
We have to finalize that. Yeah, it'll be out soon though. Yeah.
Okay. Then if there are no other items, we will actually move on to the next item, which is public hearings. And I believe our first public hearing is consideration of an ordinance rezoning 7.3 acres of vacant land located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Alder Avenue and Gravenstein Highway from a commercial Gravenstein corridor planned unit development CG PUD to commercial Gravenstein corridor, which is just CG. And do we have a staff report on that?
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. Senior Planner J.P. Harries will be presenting that item remotely. He's a bit under the weather, but he is here via Zoom, and I'm available for any questions as needed.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey and members of the council. My name is J.P. Harries. I'm a senior planner with the city of Cotati, and I do apologize for not being able to be there in person, though I suspect you would be thankful that I'm not. Tonight's item is it's basically a house cleaning item. It has to do with removing a PUD zoning from a certain property. There's a couple other properties that are in Cotati that are going to be coming forward. Lund Hill Lane is one. 65 Lasker Lane is probably another that has these stale PUDs that we need to remove. They were approved as part of projects that were never developed, and it basically is a hindrance on the properties and preventing them from being developed any way that's different from that PUD. So tonight is, if you can see the map, it involves two parcels along Highway 116 and Alder Lane at the northeast intersection. If you look at that map, you can see the cottages development just to the north of the parcel. And then there's a kind of trapezoidal parcel that is included in this rezoning, but that particular parcel is, it functions as open space parkland for the cottages development and potential citizens in these other neighboring parcels. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view. The land is vacant. As you can see, Lowe's is over to the right or east of the property. The cottages development, like I said, is just to the north of the property. And we have mostly vacant land to the west. And then there's that rebuilt commercial development right at the northwest corner of Alder and 116. Shamrock Landscape Supplies to the south. Next slide. So this rezoning, like I said, would remove the PUD designation from the land and restore the underlying CG zoning. Just for clarification, a PUD is short for Planned Unit Development. It's a tool that Cotati used to have within its code. It no longer does, but a planned unit development is essentially a form or type of development, as well as at the same time, it's also a zoning classification. It allows you to mix uses and create alternative development standards that may not otherwise be allowed in a particular zoning district. The particular PUD is actually, let's go to the next slide. So there was a PUD that was approved there. This was the old village at Cotati Commons, was one of its names. It also was called Cotati Village. It was always thought of as being as part of this overall development scheme for this land, which included the cottages, the particular village development, Lowe's, and the property neighboring to the east, which was called Cotati Marketplace, which was going to be a large commercial development. This was approved originally, well, there's a long history to this property, but this particular part of the story takes place in like 2006 when this was approved. It went through design review. There was a subdivision map that was approved of, also as part of a development entitlement. And over time, we had continued and extended the map. We gave multiple extensions to the map as well. The state legislature provided multiple extensions statewide as there were economic troubles. And then we actually, lastly, I think in 2019, reapproved the design review for this particular project. However, since then, the developer has decided they didn't want to build the project, and the map, the subdivision map, has expired. The design review expired. And what's remaining on the property is this PUD zoning. The PUD zoning was created through a legislative act of the council, and does not expire. It can only be undone by an action via ordinance of the city council. And so that's what we're asking today, is to remove this PUD zoning. And let's go to the next slide. And I want to talk about why we want to get rid of it, because the PUD zoning basically describes in detail the exact number and placement of commercial and residential units, the type and size of the recreation facilities, the allowable lot coverage. There's differing building heights for residential and commercial buildings. There are differing yard setbacks for the properties, specific parking standards, landscaping, energy efficiency requirements, street design standards, parking lot standards, and allowable uses. All of them in some way differing from what our code normally allows development, the standards for development. And in fact, if we go to the next slide, you can see that this particular area, this is the zoning map. This is the current zoning map. It actually is already labeled CG. Our zoning maps don't designate PUDs. And so you have to know internally that there's a PUD on the property. But if you remove the PUD tonight, it will essentially have the same zoning as all the surrounding properties, which is the CG zoning, which is a commercial zoning. It allows for kind of shopping center type development, other commercial development, retail, restaurant focused, as well as multifamily mixed use development. Next slide, please. Part of the reason why we're doing this is we committed to this rezoning as part of our City of Cotati housing element. The site was identified as a projected development site that would assist the city in meeting its regional housing needs assessment. This is the RENA that you're all aware of. And you can see there's a number of sites that have this particular classification. And the one that I mentioned, also mentioned, you'll see 65 Lasker Lane is here, and that one's going to be coming to you for a rezoning similar to this as well. Let's go to the next slide, because I know that there's a lot of, well, actually, here's that part of the program 2.7, which was recently adopted by the City Council. This is program 2.7 of the Cotati housing element, which is support development of proposed projects. And we committed to rezoning the parcels for the Cotati Village project. These two parcels to remove the unused PUD designation and facilitate the proposed project on the site. And then I do want to disclose that we are currently, it's not on the agenda tonight, it's currently in review, but we are looking at a project on that site. And I suspect a number of the comments you're going to hear tonight are going to be about that project. So if we go to the next slide, I'm just going to show you what we're looking at. It is a similar project in that it has commercial buildings along Highway 116, but rather than having kind of small lot single family, it would be developed into 3 apartment buildings at a higher density too. This is looking at 177 units versus the old 42 units. So it is a different project. But like I said, this is one that we're currently reviewing. At the Planning Commission, we heard a number of concerns, and I advised the Planning Commission that staff shares most of the concerns that the neighbors had raised, and that we're working through those with the developer on that property. And then let's go to the next slide. So essentially that's it. Staff recommends that the City Council move to introduce an ordinance rezoning APNs 144-050-009 and parcel 046-286-021 from CG PUD back to CG. And with that, I'm available for questions, comments, and direction. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Noah, did you want to add anything before I?
I have nothing more to add now, but I am available for any questions or to provide any clarifying responses.
Okay, so I will look this way. Sylvia, do you have any questions?
Some of my questions I had were, with a lot of the new housing laws that have come down in the last several years, how does the CGPUD differ from other zoning kind of standards that we're seeing nowadays?
I'll go ahead and answer. So the PUD, plan unit development, essentially is a one-off zoning and it's project specific. And so they were kind of in vogue, I would say, in the 80s and 90s. A lot of development projects used essentially this plan unit development or plan development project specific zoning to implement maybe smaller lot sizes or zero lot line condo projects, a variety of different styles. And many of our current housing projects in Cotati are built under these PUD or PD standards. At some time, I think in the early 2000s, there was almost a reverse swing of the pendulum, and this ability to have a PD zoning or PUD zoning was taken out of the code. So it's not even allowed anymore in Cotati. And to Senior Planner Harry's point, the zoning on the site now is specific to a project that is not going to be built. So it's an impediment to future uses on the site.
Yes, Laura.
Thank you. I don't know if who wants to take this question, but the question was, if we, just specific to the zoning, not the project that's going to come before us later, but just the zoning, if we were to not change the zoning and not revert it to the CG, what possible consequences could that have for the city with the state HCD department?
So I'll take this as well because it's essentially a housing element question. So as Senior Planner Harry's pointed out, one of the things that the state identified in reviewing our housing element was that the city, from their perspective, needed to do more to try to eliminate constraints to development. And so the state has identified there's a number of significant factors affecting the ability for housing to be built, and they've directed cities and counties to look at everything we can do as government to essentially get out of the way. And one of the things that they commented on was these kind of vestige zoning districts, these plan unit development project-specific zoning that was put on sites years ago and has never been implemented. They see that as one of these governmental constraints. And so they told us specifically, you need to do this in order for us to certify your housing element. So we brought that to the council. The city council heard that comment from the state, and they agreed to do it because essentially the state said we had to. To the point that Vice Mayor Sparks is making, if we do not do that, then we jeopardize being certified under our housing element. If our housing element certification is revoked, then we're subject back to builder's remedy projects. So anybody can propose, developers could propose projects that do not follow any zoning standards, including the adopted PD zoning on this site. The state would disqualify us from certain grant funding opportunities because we would not have a certified housing element. And in some cases, the state is actually going so far as to sue cities to get them to comply with some of the mandates that they're pushing. It's generally been in Southern California from a lot of different types of cities than we are, but those are some of the potential kind of ramifications or penalties that would be put on us if we were to have our housing element certification revoked.
Did you have a question?
So it's my understanding that the purpose of that was to make sure that the promises that were made to the people that bought property in the village would have a layout in the way they were expecting. It sounds like either way, whether we approve it or not, we're going to lose the ability to make sure that happens. Is that what I'm hearing?
In some instances, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-on to Vice Mayor's question. I was kind of going along the same lines. So I know that the state has gotten pretty cranky with our housing elements. So what would the process be if we were to not remove this PUD? Do we have to report that information out to the state, or do they somehow just find that we didn't remove it? can you help me with that process?
So it's both. We have to report every year on the progress we're making to implementing our housing element. We agreed to doing a variety of things according to a schedule. Two of the items on the agenda tonight are trying to implement the beginning of that process, because the housing element is an 8-year plan for how we're going to try to support the housing needs of the community. Most of the requirements from the state are front-loaded in that plan, and so there is a long laundry list of requirements that we have to do and get accomplished in essentially the first half of that 8-year cycle. So we do have to report. We are on a schedule with them, and to your point, they've also indicated that they are following city's progress on kind of the tone of council decisions, the tone of direction being provided, and that was through the housing element certification process, and I imagine it will continue through the kind of the follow-up on implementing programs.
And put another way, I mean, there's been, I don't know, what was it? I think in the staff report it said like 40 different laws that have been invoked, and a lot of our control on lots of things have been taken away, and right, wrong, or otherwise, the state is really taken so much out of our hands that when you get in a bad place with the state, they no longer are asking for things, they are telling. It used to be that you did a housing element and you put things and you did some and you didn't do some, and that was fine, but they have taken a much harder approach, and every year the legislation seems to be getting worse and worse and worse as far as housing bills that keep going through, and just, you know, just as an example, not that this is going to happen, but right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Noah, this particular piece of property is in habitat for salamanders, so it's not included in the awful SB 35 bill that takes all power out of our hands. But what could happen with the way the legislation is going is, if they're not seeing things happen, it would not surprise me if they start knocking back some of those things. So that is something that really does worry me right now. It's not one that could be in SB 35, but you know, it would be, you know, really not a good thing for our community, as we've seen with the other project that's been proposed. That's a SB 35 project. You know, it wouldn't be surprising if that lot could change, that, you know, we could be looking at a ministerial approval of something that, you know, could be, you know, 6, 8, 10 stories high without us having any say in it. I hope, you know, that they're going to put the brakes on some of that stuff, but they don't seem to be. They seem to be just going gung-ho on that stuff. So that I'm worried about that. So I was going to ask what happens if we don't remove it, but if we don't remove it, it sounds like HCD is going to find out no matter what, because we have to report on it. And then JP had shown a picture of something that's been put in for review. That, correct me if I'm wrong, is not something that we are looking at all tonight. That is not on our plate for discussion tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's just, that was just an FYI? Okay.
That's correct. There was concern at the Planning Commission, voiced from the community and the commission, that because that it wasn't really discussed that there was a project under review, and it was intentional on staff's part. We were trying to separate out this rezoning from the actual project. That was seen as kind of disingenuous by some of the commissioners and the community members, and so it's been on our projects in progress page for a long time. We've been talking about it publicly for a long time, but we felt it was important to acknowledge in response to that. And one other thing that we did commit to as staff is holding a neighborhood meeting with the community members, and we're trying to identify a good date for that now, to hear directly from them their concerns about the project, let them voice them directly to staff, and that way we know we hear directly from folks who live adjacent what the concerns would be, and we can try to work with the developer to address them before we bring the project for any decision.
Okay, but this public hearing has nothing, they're two completely separate things, is that not correct?
That is
So
correct.
it's not something that we can weigh in on at this point, even though a picture was shown. I just want to make sure that that's clear for everyone. Okay, Ben, did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Mayor. The rest of you covered my questions.
Okay. All right. So with that, I will open the public hearing on this item. And why don't we start with the Zoom attendees this time, if people don't mind?
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you would like to make a public comment on item 11A, please use the raise hand icon at this time, or if you're dialing in, dial *9. And we have the hand up from call-in user. I believe it was Jennifer was the name. Jennifer, you have the floor. If you can use *6 on your phone pad to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Jennifer Coleman, and I'm a property owner over at 7829 Rivard Court in the Cotati Cottages. And thank you for spelling everything out. I think when I bought back in 2008, I relied upon the bungalow by Monahan Pacific Builders. It was something that was important to look out the rest of that neighborhood, to create a neighborhood with the bungalows that comported with the Cotati cottages in the same look and feel. I relied on that because I knew it would create more of a more developed neighborhood and flesh all that out to give better curbside appeal. My concern is that the communities are challenged with traffic. I know that. I've seen it and experienced it. I understand the pressure from the state on the city to provide affordable housing. I'm really, really not against that. It's just that from what I understand, the Cotati cottages will have 70% of the city's households right next to our community, but with not nearly enough of the infrastructure that we need. The parking and traffic issues that are already exacerbated over at Red's Recovery Room, to be Red's Recovery Room, now the small shopping center there isn't even fully occupied, but when they hold events there, it spills over into our parking area. That concerns me. The environmental impact report as well that was done 20 years ago, that was for a 42-unit live-work community, and compared to the 177-unit of high-density development. As I understand, I've heard that contains hundreds of yards of contaminated soil that has been recently dumped onto the site. So the EIR concerns me. So what I ask you to do as a city is to please delay your vote. I know you're going to hear this from many other people. Meet with us on site and learn firsthand of how these two properties are uniquely linked together. I relied on how these properties were sold to us, and the high-density development would affect the parking and the traffic safety and the environment, air and water. And if you choose not to go with our plea and vote yes, at least require any future development to allow us to secure a property line, adequate parking, and dedicated entrance and exit so we can keep our children and our property safe. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you for your comments.
That was the last hand on Zoom.
Okay. Then we will start here in the room. I'm going to go through this stack. Tom Moynihan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members and staff. It's nice to see you again. It's been a while since I've been before you. I just wanted to, I understand what was the staff's presentation. I understand that we're here tonight really to talk about the PUD and not the project. The project's going to come later. So tonight it's really just about this PUD overlay, which is goes back about 16 or 17 years. It's very obsolete. As you've heard from staff, the tentative map is long since expired. The design review is long since expired. That project, which was originally envisioned, almost 20 years ago, is not financially viable, and so that project is never going to get built. And we've tried for years, and it's just not financially viable. So the new project that will be coming before you is obviously going to be heard later. It's going to address all the environmental concerns and all the other issues. And I just wanted to reiterate that removing the PUD is important to conform to the housing element, and the city has supported the housing element in the HCD conformance to that, and Program 27, which is a commitment that the city has made to move forward with this, is all wrapped up in this PUD action tonight. I know you'll probably hear from some of the homeowners tonight, which is great. We are working with staff and with the HOA and plan to do so. There are a couple of issues that you'll probably hear about. We plan to address those in the context of the project. And I'm happy to answer any questions that may come up later about those issues. So I just wanted to thank you for your time and encourage you to vote tonight for the removal of the PUD. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And next we have Colin Monahan.
Hi, good evening, council members. Thank you for having me. I think just in line with what Tom was saying, I'm in support of the removal of the PUD tonight. I think that obviously this is not the venue to be talking about the project application. This is to focus on the rezoning, and but I do think that the site itself is a great site for much needed housing for the community, and I think that as said, the current PUD is it's project specific. It's not economically viable. It's not going to get built by us or any other developer that would be putting a housing project on the site. And I think that a project on that site is important for the city. I think it helps fulfill the RENA allocation, as been mentioned. I think it will add vibrancy and to the community and will provide revenue to the city of Cotati. And I just hope that you guys vote to remove the zoning or rezone the property. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Eric Radcliffe.
Hello. Thank you for your time. I want to express my concern for this rezoning. I think it's important to understand that it is project specific, and to rezone this from the PUD to what we're talking about tonight, it will come with its issues for our community, which we have invested in as citizens of our community in Cotati, as homeowners. I think there's very particular instances that I'm concerned about, which are traffic, the safety for our families to navigate through our neighborhood because of what is going to be the project that will be put into place if this is rezoned. I'm a law enforcement officer for Roner Park, and I already see the traffic issues that we have now with the current development off of Gravenstein, which is only occupied by one business currently, with potential for two more. So that's a very grave concern of mine. Also, the traffic issues will lead to safety issues for our families. I do encourage you to delay your vote and to come to our community and meet with us and see exactly what it is that we're talking about, so you have a good understanding of where we're coming from, so you can get eyes on and help us address those issues. So again, I do oppose this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Elizabeth Forrester?
Hi. My name's Elizabeth Forrester, and even though we're not discussing the project, I wanted to bring up our circumstance so that you could get an idea of the caliber of developer that you're dealing with. My name is Elizabeth Forrester. My husband and I purchased our townhome almost 20 years ago. We took the developer at their word that there would be many amenities, including tennis courts, swimming pool, etc. We paid somewhat of a higher price so that my son, then 8 years old, could be close to the pool. And my son is now 28 and on his own. The amenities never materialized. The developer filed bankruptcy along the way to avoid litigation regarding any misrepresentation. This is the same developer showing you plans today. These are some of my concerns. The developer has dumped contaminated soil on the property already. That's number one. Number two, the plans for the development does not have 177 designated parking spaces. And as we all know, usually, per living situation, there's more than one car. There's not even the minimal amount of cars, designated parking spaces. The developer's idea for that is first come, first serve, and alternating parking days. Number three, no entrance or exit solutions. No private entrance, no private exit, so that everything will be jammed together. No security solutions. Number four, why 70% of the high density housing has to come from our neighborhood? The developer's plan is the same now as before. Get as much money as they can by misrepresentation and lies. The developer has no intention of creating a doable living situation. It will posture, it will make promises, and then it will cut corners and bail out, leaving unfinished, inadequate building, and remove itself from any liability. The cottages are a community consisting of teachers, nurses, hairdressers, office managers, therapists, policemen, students, and kids. There are no high rollers. There are no techie rich. Just hardworking people who created a safe neighborhood. Hopefully, with the help of this council, 2 safe neighborhoods will be able to coexist with adequate consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Nick Busolato? I'll massacre your name. So I'm so sorry.
Good evening, Cotati Council. My name is Nick Bucciolato. I and my wife have lived in Cotati Cottages since 2016. We're here tonight asking the council to vote no on rezoning, or at least delay the vote until issues including property lines between the properties, parking easements, unpaid property maintenance fees by the developer, and co-property development commitments are understood by the council and have been resolved beforehand to maintain your leverage. We suggest a meeting with the HOA board of the Cotati Cottages, which some of the planning individuals have suggested. New plans that have already been proposed on the city's website, changing the original plans for 42 houses to around 180 apartments. This is a massive impact change to our sister property, Most of us have been following and supporting the original plan since we bought into the neighborhood. The HOA board has at times gone to bat for the plan extensions with the city planning board as well as the city council. So we have a history of supporting the development there. We understand that the zoning and the plans can become obsolete over time, as they've mentioned the PUDs have become, and that there is a need for higher density housing. We also understand that Cotati is trying to meet a 250 unit goal over 5 years. But in accepting that need for more dense housing, our neighborhood with its particular challenges like parking would appreciate that the city council understand these challenges and not aim to accomplish 70% of that goal by dropping almost 200 apartments next door and having them drive through Ford Lane where children play right now, instead of a more moderate amount, say, like 100 rows of condos, townhouses, maybe mixed with apartments alongside 116, keeping essentially an element of both plans. Once again, we're not against the development. We've shown support in the past for building next door. We even understand that higher density of housing is needed. We just asked the Cotati Council use what leverage it has at the moment prior to rezoning to have something proposed less drastically impactful than switching from 42 houses to 180 apartments with a large amount of cars and traffic that will come through our neighborhood in Ford Lane. As a note, when he said he's working with homeowners, that was the first time I've heard of it in the past year. So take with it like you will.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Sharon Bello.
Hi, good evening. I'm not sure I need the mic, but I'll stand here anyway.
Okay.
My name is Sharon. I live in the Cotati Cottages. I am 51 years old, and the reason that's important to note is why would a woman share her age? If you believe in that old adage, my husband and I purchased our townhome 4 years ago. So I was at the ripe old age of 46 and had never owned a home. So I feel for the desire for rezoning for high density property. It's amazing. I would not have been able to buy my home had it not been for the support of both of our sets of parents. We are full-time working people wanting to raise our son in a sweet, safe community that we have coined the Hamlet. Our neighbor, Monica, who couldn't be here tonight, calls our neighborhood the Hamlet. Does anybody know what a hamlet is? A hamlet is smaller than a village. It's a cluster of homes and maybe a building. When all of us bought into our units, we were sold on a hamlet that would eventually become a village. A village is a cluster of homes and some buildings. Not a city, not a town, but a village. And that's what we all bought into, amongst all of the other things that I don't need to repeat for you because you're going to hear it from others as well, probably more eloquent than I can express it here. But I ask you, have you ever been to our development? Have you sat there and watched our kids play? Have you watched the cars go in and out? Have you tried to turn left coming from Sebastopol onto Alder? Have you tried to turn left off to Alder onto 116? Those are problems that will only exponentially increase with a rezoning. I'm not totally opposed to rezoning. I'm not opposed to a sister property. I'm not. I welcome more people into my family mold. I welcome more people into our family that we have created in our hamlet. But what I want is a delay in your decision, because I want us all, and you're going to hear other requests for this from people, again, who know a lot more about this than I, but we request a delay in this so that we can get together. As you mentioned, you want to get together with us? How about in the next 60 days? We haven't heard anything. We want so desperately to talk to you. We want to tell you about our sweet place, and we want to plead to all of you to consider what our sister property would be. So please delay that. Please consider a property line divide if that needs to be, which I really don't want that to take place. But just consider all the factors. And thank you so much to everyone for having your ears and your hearts open to all of us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard Dalton?
Hi, good evening, council people, gentlemen. My name is Howard Dalton, 7836 Rebard Court. I want to clarify a couple of things that have been said just very quickly before we talk about zoning. Any meeting, and it's ultimately our request, my request, I'm the vice president of the Homeowners Association, the president couldn't be here tonight, is a delay, a minimum of 60 days in delay in changing the zoning. I think ultimately we know the zoning's going to change, okay? But we'd like to have a delay and a commitment, not from just staff, meeting with the developer and meeting with us. We want the city council or your designees to be at this meeting. We want it to be on site. Bring your walking shoes so we can see not only the lot, but you can see the development and you can see some of the issues that are up for discussion that haven't surfaced. Like we have an easement issue with the developer, okay? We have a parking issue of what's promised and then subsequently less that's promised. The situation is such is that we've communicated with the developer. They've come to our homeowners meeting, and I thank them for that because their input is important, okay? But we haven't been contacted by the city, and when somebody, I think figuratively, is going to drop a bomb next door to your property, of which this is a very high-density development, we're talking 15 to the acre, why in those discussions, they were discussed with the developer, why didn't anybody have any consideration to the homeowners? We're the ones that are going to live next to this, okay? And I would also ask the question from the staff, were there other categories of housing other than CG, which literally unleashes a lot of freedom for the developer? And if you don't know this and haven't read these state laws and what they're pushing for, and you're absolutely right, there's a lot of pressure on you cities to develop the housing we need. Not rightfully so to the pressure, but we need more housing. But I think it's critically important that other types of high-density housing be considered. Maybe during this 60-day period, you've got the property owner, he delivered a plan. It actually answers, if your goal is 250 units within 5 years, 70.8% if this project goes forward. But what about high-density residential? How about fee simple? Make it 10 to the acre, 15 to the acre. Go down East Cotati Avenue. There's a lot of fee simple property that's high density that blends much better with our existing development that you approved, and thank God you did, okay? That should be considered instead of 177 units inside of 6 very large buildings. I think I'm out of time. No, I'm 15 over, 17 over. Thank you for letting me make this presentation tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Clinton Courier?
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, Council. A lot of the stuff I want to talk about has already been covered quite well. So I'll just reiterate on the traffic, because the planned development that they were kind of talking a little bit about tonight, which is south of us, would be 176 new units. And I think there's one already also planned south of Lowe's, which would be another 170 roughly. So what my concern is the traffic patterns and what potentially 300 more cars would do to traffic in that area. So, I would also like to agree on a delay, just so we have more time to talk about the implications of the zoning changes and maybe alternatives. Instead of going fully commercial, maybe there's like a lower density residential or some other options. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jose Safont?
Thank you, and
Thank you.
good evening. I've got a whole list of things here. I'm going to try to go through it as quickly as possible, stuff that you've heard already, and I just want to sort of tweak your brains a little bit about some other possibilities. I am here speaking for my wife, who purchased the property when it was first developed, our daughter, her dog Bo, and our neighborhood cat, Meow Meow. They're correct in saying that the traffic is horrendous. I've seen some horrible accidents on Highway 16 at that corner. Sidewalks need repair, environmental studies done 20 years ago, what's happening now, what's happened to our owls, the snakes, the mice, they're disappearing. The policing, water, gas, sanitary issues are going to be coming up. The hotel is being built. There's space behind there as an alternative spot for lower density housing there. There could be other spots. There's another area that I was looking at the end of Alder Road. They have a new building back there. It's the Pods moving and storage facility. There's plenty of property back there. So I'm sure there's other properties around the city that can be utilized to house people as well. It doesn't all have to be in one spot. As far as the cars and the parking goes, garbage days, there's nowhere to park. There really isn't. We're bumper to bumper in that area as it is now. Total up the cars, 177, twice the amount, because 2 people live in housing, 2 cars, 354 cars. Where are you going to park them all? And what if they have a party or guests? So that becomes a real concern. Property values would be another concern, I think, that a lot of the residents have, that area. Repair on Alder Road, I don't think it's ever been done. The road is falling apart. People will be utilizing that road, I'm sure. It's more prudent to build back in that area as opposed to where we're living right now. I believe in green areas. I think green areas are very safe and healthy zones. It would protect a green area, like most cities in the world have green areas. And when you look at the other issues surrounding intense housing, you'll see that it's a lot safer and a lot healthier for people if they have green zones. So I think employment would be the other benefit, but it's going to be short term as far as construction goes. Once it's built, they're gone, and we have to look at other businesses to keep other people employed. So it's going to increase and increase. So if not now, then later. And so we're looking at opening up a flood door, I think. So I just want to end with that and say, please be cautious of what we are asking for. We want it to be healthy for ourselves, for our children, for our pets and our guests. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Rachel Angres?
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us all today. I really appreciate your patience, and I know you're hearing a lot of the same things over and over again, and I hope that's at least demonstrative of how passionate we are and how worried we are. What the gentleman refers to as mere house cleaning, as something that's just a hindrance, as something that's obsolete, are actually things that we relied upon, that I relied upon as a single mom when I bought that property in the Cotati Cottages in 2006. When I bought it, my children were 1 and 5. I was told that there would be a pool coming. My youngest just graduated from high school. She never got the pool we were promised. She never got the park we were promised. And now we're also being told that the property that was laid up there, the PUD requirements that are obsolete, that's what we were promised too. And I get that Cotati is up against housing issues. I really do. And we want to work with you to find a solution that benefits everybody. This does not. And what it is allowing the developer to bait and switch, completely change the deal that was represented to me when I bought in 2006, and for the benefit of everybody but the people who bought, change the deal. And I would submit that if we wanted to change the deal, that would not be allowed. So I would ask you to please either vote no tonight or delay your vote at least 60 days to give us a chance to meet with you all, show you the concerns, demonstrate the safety concerns and the fairness concerns that we have. This was not the deal we were promised. I understand that there's other concerns now, but a promise is a promise, and allowing the developer to completely disregard the representations that I relied upon when I purchased is not fair, and it's not respectful to the entire process of property ownership in Cotati. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Elmer Glasser?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, staff, and Chief. My name is Elmer Glasser, and I live on Eckmeyer Court in Cotati, and I'm here to discuss the future development options for the open field just south of the cottages and Highway 116. I'd like to send a clear message to the Cotati City Council that we are against this zoning change and any development that threatens the safety of our neighborhood. At the time of purchase, we were all promised by the same developer a residential 42-unit development that shared a pool and a shared park. To date, none of these promises have been followed through on. Any person or organization that makes a promise should be held accountable for the same. A promise is a promise. It's not just words. The current property owner and developer has initiated a zoning change with the city of Cotati to go from commercial and residential to commercial. But with the recent change in policies from the state government to address our state's housing changes, commercial zoning now allows for high-density housing. We have already seen a proposed development from the same developer, which consists of 177 apartments with very limited parking and major impacts on our neighborhood safety. On a personal note, I have personally investigated serious injury and child death investigation cases within high-density housing areas because of unsafe conditions due to high levels of vehicular traffic and unsafe vehicle speeds, and that's what this will create. Parking and traffic issues have already become a nightmare for our small commercial development on the old Reds Recovery Room site, and only one of the 3 units are currently occupied. We are already defending our little community from the neighborhood parking when one business hosts their events. Where will their customers park when all 3 of those units are opened? Would you want to have these same issues in your neighborhood? We are asking the City Council to make a reasonable and prudent decision for the safety of our families. Many residents have signed a petition against this zoning change last month when it went before the Planning Commission, and a group of concerned residents attended the commission hearing to voice our concerns. It was very clear the commission members wanted to hear more on the impacts to our community this zoning change and any other development would cause. In my business, you don't complain about an issue without a possible solution. I believe it is only fair to the City of Cotati and the City Council and the staff. Here's my solution. Delay your vote. Meet with us on site and learn firsthand how these 2 properties are uniquely linked together. The promises the owners were sold on and how a high-density development would affect parking, traffic safety, and the environment, both air and water.
Sir, could I get you to wrap it up? You're
Sure.
over. Okay.
I'll buy 10 more seconds.
Okay.
Quickly. If you're going to ignore our request and vote yes, at least require a future development to allow us to secure our property lines, adequate parking, and a dedicated entrance and exit so that we can attempt to keep our children and families safe due to the massive increase in traffic. Thank you for your time, Mayor.
Thank you. And Michael Parks?
Good evening, council members and staff. Thank you very much for allowing this evening. My name is Michael Parks. I live at 7607 Eckmeyer Court in the Cotati Cottages. You've heard a lot of feedback tonight from our residents. A couple things I'd like to polish up just a smidge. When we talk about, we heard from the two representatives from the developer and it talk about financial viability. I hope that the financial viability of those residents and property owners that have been there paying into this design, which is both logistically as well as financially connected to these two parcels. I hope the financial viability of those homeowners is considered as much as the financial viability of a developer with a checkered past. I also would like to point out that this isn't just about what happens next door. These two developments were sister developments. There is very poor property delineation. There was to be a lot of shared space between the two. And now we're going to, and I understand that this is a zoning vote tonight, but this is a slippery slope. Once the developer gets its zoning, it will now have a lot of red tape released so that it can proceed with the high density development that has been on the city's website, has been presented to us, and would completely disrupt everything that we have bought into, everything that we've paid into from our part over the last 20 years, and set our neighborhood on its head. We wish that you please vote no and delay so that we can have an opportunity to show you exactly what we're talking about, so that we can show you the impact that this is going to have on our neighborhood, both currently, the challenges that we have, and what are to come with these changes. We are not against development. We are against our neighborhood having a disproportionate responsibility to the city's RHNA numbers to the tune of 70% over the next 5 years. That's a lot to put right next door to us with the same EIR that was done over 20 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I have no more speaker cards. Is there anyone else in the audience that has not spoken that would like to speak again? Or speak that has not spoken? Oh, I do have someone.
Hi again. I just wanted to, for the record, mention that some things that have been said tonight are not true, and I want to, for the record, correct that. So first of all, what's before us tonight is a PUD issue. You obviously understand that. Any further delay is just more delay. We don't, there's plenty of opportunity for us to meet with the neighbors and to meet with staff to work out some of the issues that have been raised.
Point of order. I have a question.
Yes.
Sure.
Is it allowable to have repeat speakers to be run by the city
You
attorney?
have already spoken this evening.
I have, but
So-
there have been some things that are said today that are
Madam Mayor, this is the
disparaging,
council
so-
prerogative to decide whether or not to allow a second speaker. Just for the record, he's not the applicant. It's the city.
The city's the applicant.
City project. So
Okay.
sometimes you allow the applicant to rebut, but that's not the situation.
Okay, so there is no application here, and so you've had your time, and we'll see where this goes, but
That's good.
maybe there'll
Thank
be
you.
more time for that, so thank you for that. I do see that we have someone out on Zoom that has not had an opportunity to speak, Kevin?
Yes, we do now have a hand raised. The Zoom name says Superman94. Supraman94.
Superman?
You have the floor. Please feel free to unmute.
Thank you,
Hello.
there
Sorry
we go.
for the screen name. That was a long time ago. My name is Vincent Newman. I'm also an owner on Frangle Court. I'm also asking for a delay in the vote. The Monahans have not treated us exactly fairly. They are trying to do a bait and switch on our easements. And we really want a delay because once we lose the zoning, they can just steamroll the rest of the process. They will be able to circumvent certain rules and regulations that you would normally have controls over. So I'm asking for a delay because once you approve the commercial rezoning, they will be able to do a lot more, and there's no negotiation after that. And that's exactly why Tom Monahan is so serious about trying to get this passed tonight. So please delay the vote. I'm begging you, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, and I'm not seeing anyone else on Zoom.
That is correct, Mayor Harvey. Just one interruption. There was a commenter who provided a letter. I believe it was Mr. Parks.
Okay.
We have made copies of that for all of the council, as well as put one at the back table available for the public. And after the meeting, that will be uploaded to the web agenda. But I'd like to come distribute those now.
And is there one in the back of the room? Okay, all right, thank you for that. Okay, so I believe everyone that has filled out a card has spoken on this item, and I will close the public hearing on this and bring it back. I have a few questions, clarifications, notes that I took, Noah, that maybe you and or JP can answer. So you're going to have to be patient with me as I kind of go through this. First of all, what's the due date that we put on that housing element for this particular item?
I don't have that date, but it is beyond the 60-day date that the, it is not within the next 60 days.
It is not.
It is not.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. That was my first question. Let's see. Can you talk to me a little bit about the EIR? The EIR that was out there was for the previous project, is that not correct?
That is correct.
So anything that happens will have to have a new EIR, is that?
Not necessarily a new EIR, but it will need its own individual environmental analysis, correct.
So are you, put it another way, are you saying like an EIR light or?
Yeah, I actually do not think an EIR would be necessary for this, the Cotati Villages project. That's not on the agenda.
Okay.
But we are waiting on several studies that would confirm that. Without having all those studies, we can't confirm that.
Okay.
If there's certain triggers when an EIR would be required, if environmental impacts are identified that are significant and unavoidable, we would have to do an EIR. But generally, the ability to address environmental impacts, mitigate them, for most projects allows a less than an EIR level analysis to be done. But I'm speaking very generally right now, and because we don't have the information to make the decision.
Okay, and whatever happens, whatever project is brought forward will have to go through, start all over again, because the project that's there is expired and dead, so we'll have to start a whole new process.
That's correct, and the developer has started that process.
Okay, all right. Can you speak to the soil contamination?
This is the first I've heard of that, and so I'm interested in getting information from the neighbors as to why they're under that impression.
Okay, and how about the issues with property lines? Are there any issues?
So to the point that the community members have raised, these two properties were anticipated to develop as sisters. That's a good description, or kind of mirror images of each other, or versions of each other. And there are, before that, they were even envisioned to be part of a larger Cotati Marketplace project that some community members are aware of, where it was a large mixed unit or mixed use with commercial and residential projects and homes intermixed. And so because of that, there are numerous easements that allow rights across each other's properties. There are parking easements, kind of commingling parking rights across all these properties, some of which the city is a party to, some of which are private agreements between the two properties. that the city is not a party to. We're reviewing all those. We've met with the HOA attorney. We've met with Mr. Monahan and his representatives on these issues. And we do absolutely agree that there are challenges that need to be worked out as a part of any future development approval.
And does that include, there was some mention about easement issues. Does that include all of that? Okay. And then there was a question about the CG zoning. Is that the only option for that particular? That was the question that was asked.
So there's two levels of land use designation: the general plan, which is kind of the constitution for decisions and land use in the city, and then the zoning, which implements the general plan. The general plan designation for this property is CG, Commercial Gravenstein Corridor, and then the implementing district for that is also the Commercial Gravenstein Corridor, CG zoning district. The PD development that was put on it was seen as consistent with that CG general plan designation at the time, but to the point, there is only one zoning district that the city has currently that's implementable for the Commercial Gravenstein Corridor general plan designation. So it's kind of a two-step process, and there is only one option, which is CG.
Yeah, go ahead, because it's a little confusing.
Just a real quick, I thought that there was also something called GC, which is general commercial. I thought that was what is in the, it's confusing because there's CG and GC. But if you look at the general plan, right?
Let me jump in here if that's okay. Because I do want to correct something that Noah just said, because Vice Mayor Sparks, you're correct. That is the general commercial is the land use designation. And the zoning is commercial Gravenstein Corridor. It is confusing, but it does have the general commercial land use designation in the general plan.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah.
So does that impact the answer? Does that
That's
make
what
it so
I'm going to double check
okay.
before it, but I will confirm right now.
So no,
I want to point out one other thing, which is that there may be some limits imposed by another bill, SB 330, which limits your ability to reduce residential density. So while you ordinarily have the authority to change the general plan designation, you may be constrained by SB 330 until 2030. I think that's the date. So we have to look into
recall that, seeing that also somewhere. Let's see. And while not specific to the site, this is also the first I'm hearing. I don't remember us having events as part of that whole area.
The Jane Dispensary had a 420 event, and the neighbors let us know that some of the attendees spilled over into their community for parking.
Okay. All right. So I guess we may need to look at what is allowed there too, because that I don't recall us doing anything with that. Let's see. Rena. Oh, can you, because it was said multiple times in multiple different ways about that we are trying to put all of our RENA fulfillment in this area. And folks may not know, if you could help broadly, there were, I can't even remember how many sites. The RENA is being spread out all over in sites. Can you kind of address that? That it seemed to be some confusion as to that we're trying to solve our whole RENA need right here.
So I think the neighborhood concern is they're looking at the RENA number that we were assigned and then the number of units, and the math that they're quoting sounds accurate to me. I think the point, the kind of bigger point is that, you know, the certainty of any development project actually moving forward and getting constructed is unknown, and tonight's a good example of that, frankly. So even though a project may be approved, there's no concern or no guarantee that it's going to be built. We have a number of projects that have been approved that have never been built. And so the state, as a part of the housing element process, they essentially made us identify how we would meet our RENA numbers, which is slightly less than 250 units, through the amount of vacant land or developable land we have available, we identified a number of properties throughout the city. This is one of them. But I think what they're saying is the number of units proposed as a percentage of our overall RENA is a relatively high ratio.
Okay. But this is not the only site that was identified, and you are correct. Just like the entitled PUD that was sitting here was not developed, we have quite a few projects that are entitled that don't seem to get built for whatever reason that happens to be the reason of the day, as I will say. I think that is the questions that I got out of that. Did anybody else pick up on any questions that I missed?
Yeah, one of the things I heard from community was delay and meet with us. So I'm curious what type of meetings have been set. I know this is one opportunity here for a public hearing. Have there been other type of meetings set, and I heard that you also met with the attorney for the HOA to kind of hear concerns and issues and try to work those out?
Correct. So we have not set any other meetings. We've had ongoing discussions. If any community member wants to come in and talk to us or call us directly, we're open to having any individual discussion. But what we have committed to in the Planning Commission meeting, and even more broadly with large development projects, is engaging with the community, hearing their concerns directly, and we're happy to go to their site if they have a good meeting location or host it here. And we can absolutely do that. I was talking to JP today about trying to get that scheduled. And if the HOA is ready to set a date, we could commit to a date, but we were looking sometime in the second half of July as a good time for city staff to be able to get out there, and we're happy to coordinate with HOA members or whoever's best. We can have multiple ones if people aren't available, daytime or evening. We're happy to meet, and we would love to do that and hear directly from them.
And in doing that, without it being set as a meeting, it would not be open for us to all attend, because then that would be a public meeting. So I know some folks had wished that we could attend, but there are pretty stringent rules and regulations, and I'm sure our attorney will jump in there as far as notice meetings if we were all to be in one place for something. People may not be aware of that. So yes, Kay.
I just wanted to offer that if there were multiple meetings that we could go 2 at a time, we just can't be 3.
Right. Okay. Ben, there's your hand. It's sitting in the corner there.
Thanks, Mayor Harvey. I was just wondering if Director House could clarify what rights a property owner has if they, suppose this parcel had already been zoned CG. Now, Vice Mayor Sparks has got me confused whether we're talking CG or GC. But
GC.
Suppose that the PUD overlay was not already there. What rights would the developer have that perhaps the developer doesn't have with the current PUD zoning?
Yeah, I'm actually not aware of that. There is some state law that basically says, and I asked the city attorney to correct me because it's been hard to keep track of all the legislation. And if the community members want to cite the specific bill, I'd be happy to look it up. But there has been some state law that essentially says a city can't use general plan or zoning designations to deny a project in certain instances for very specific types of residential projects. I believe that's what they're alluding to, but my interpretation and understanding of that law, which is relatively new, would be that it would be the case in either way, whether it's the current zoning district, the CG PUD, or a different zoning district. And I'm not sure if JP wants to add anything to that, or the city attorney. We have had the developer's attorney tell us that in a letter, whether we haven't confirmed whether it's accurate or not.
Well, Madam Mayor, members of the council,
Yes.
I think we've heard from the developer the perspective that that the Housing Accountability Act gives them the right to pursue a residential development project that is consistent with all of the objective standards of the zoning ordinance. The problem for the developer is that the current zoning ordinance is the existing PD zoning, So they're entitled to pursue Housing Accountability Act project under the existing PD zoning, but they don't have Housing Accountability Act rights at present, other than pursuing the PD zoning.
Thanks.
And put another way, Noah, so what does it really mean from a development perspective if we take that PUD off? What we heard some folks said is it gives him carte blanche to do whatever he wants. Can you kind of help with?
Yeah, that's, again, I'm not sure what they're referencing, what law they think would apply if the PUD zoning, other than the Housing Accountability Act requirements or allowances that the city attorney has referenced. But that law is voluminous, and so.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Does the PUD designation keep that from enacting the housing accountability?
No, I think it would potentially limit implementation to what the current zoning is.
Right.
Which is the 43 single-family homes.
Right. So if we keep it, that means they can't do more than 42. Is that correct?
I'm not comfortable making that statement given the amount of legal changes that the legislature has made.
John?
I guess I'm more comfortable with that. I think that we're saying something about this. I mean, I think the developer could assert that the current project is uneconomic and can't be built economically, and they might have some ability to challenge the city's action in refusing to adopt it. But it is the zoning right now, and they're kind of stuck with it until we change it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ben, did you have any more questions at this point?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Yes, sure.
I just had a couple questions based on what we've heard so far. I think this is for the city attorney. You mentioned that there's some constraints on our ability to reduce densities to downzone. It seems to me that almost any change to this particular zoning would be increasing the density because it's so low right now in the PUD. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, right. You were correct in that the zoning that we're talking about would tend to increase the density allowed from a zoning standpoint. What I was suggesting, I don't know if I articulated this very clearly, but I thought there was some suggestion that maybe we could change the general plan designation from something that currently allows residential to straight general commercial, where only commercial were allowed. And I think that would be what would trigger some SB 330 issues.
I see. Because we can't change the zoning to something that doesn't implement the general plan, and the general plan calls for commercial.
Right. So as I understand it, I'm not as up to speed on the general plan, but the current general plan designation allows residential. And from a theoretical standpoint, we could change the general plan designation to something that doesn't allow residential and only allows commercial. But that's only in theory, right? Because SB 330 prevents us from doing that. It would eliminate the ability to pursue residential on the site, and that would be inconsistent with 330.
Okay, thank you.
And it is 330, just while you're finding your question. It says SB 330 amended the State Housing Accountability Act to prohibit downsizing or other intended or unintended efforts to preclude the development of housing through 2030. So your dates
and following
that
up on
happened to be another one of our items.
Following up on Vice Mayor Sparks's earlier question, CG, the Commercial Gravity Corridor, is the implementing district for this property. It's interesting because the general plan designation is general commercial, which is used throughout the city, but then these zoning districts are specific to areas of town, and it's specific. This zoning district specifically says applied to both sides of Gravenstein Highway from Highway 101 west to the city limits. So it's specific, whereas other areas like East Cotati Avenue, implements the CG or general commercial zone, general plan designation, but for that part of town.
Okay. I think that was all my questions. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on the EIR, and I think this is a legal question too. Does the state not have any kind of timeline for like when it expires or needs to be updated? Is there no kind of, I mean, 20 years sounds like a really long time to me.
There isn't any, EIRs can get stale, but that's usually as a result of changed circumstances and not really, there's actually under state law a presumption in favor of an environmental document being final and an assumption that everything that was studied there was adequately studied, and it's deemed to have included everything. So generally, you're supposed to rely on previous environmental documents and tier off of them. And I think what Noah's getting at is we already studied development on this site, and to the extent that the proposed development doesn't go beyond the scope of what was already studied, it's probably going to require something less than an EIR, mitigated negative declaration, or some other finding that potentially does not require an EIR.
Okay, and what would, I've heard allegations of contaminated soil being deposited. How would the city follow up on that? Like, would we do testing, or, what happens with that?
Well, I want to know why people are thinking that, and then based on the results of that information, we'll make our decision.
Okay, all right.
And wouldn't that lead into what Mr. Bacher was saying as far as changes in the property that might invoke a change to the EIR? Because if the property had a changed situation, might that not need more study?
We need facts to justify things.
Okay, all right. And that would be also true for things like traffic and things like that, because if the project was X and now it's Y, and the EIR had considered a certain amount of traffic, then that might trigger a change for that aspect of the EIR.
There's no question.
Okay.
That we're getting a traffic study for this project. It's underway right now.
Okay.
That's one of the studies that's held up that we're waiting on the results of.
Okay. All right.
Including also utilities for the same reasons.
Well, and utilities is tough right now. Look at, the poor place downtown that waited, a year and a half to get their panel put in. So, yeah. Okay.
Okay, last question. Can you conceive of any negative consequences to delaying for 60 days?
Depends on the perspective of what a negative consequence is. For 60 days, I do not perceive any state penalties being imposed on the city for a 60-day delay now.
And that's why I asked when our due date was on this item, and he says it's past that.
Well, I don't mean just state, I mean, at all.
I mean, the developer might have some issues with it, but I don't see any particular significant ramifications that will arise from taking a delay. One thing I want to make sure the council's aware of, and we didn't bring this up in the staff report, is you could introduce the ordinance tonight, ask us to bring it back no more than 60 days, no fewer than 60 days from tonight, and direct us to meet with the applicant and the homeowners out there on site, and we could bring the ordinance back for final adoption after that, right? Because the way ordinances work, you introduce them and then you enact them at a future date. Or alternatively, you could choose not to introduce it tonight. I guess we've had the hearing, so you could have it brought back in the future. You don't have to have another hearing, but you still would have to have, Brown Act commentary would still be allowed. It just wouldn't be considered a public hearing.
But if we voted on it tonight to drop the PUD, and let's say you meet and we find, some overwhelming evidence of whatever, then we would not be able to rescind that vote, correct?
You wouldn't be able to rescind the introduction vote, but you wouldn't be required to take the final vote. 2 votes are required to enact an ordinance. So if you didn't take that second action, the ordinance would be a nullity. It wouldn't exist. And I guess it's an ordinance repealing an existing ordinance, and the old ordinance would remain in effect. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Well, does everybody know where they're at? Do you have any more comments or questions? I think I know where I'm at. I mean, I'm inclined to wait for 60 days and allow staff to meet with folks and get more information, and hopefully we'll have a more informed decision. I mean, because this is, kind of the first that I'm hearing of all this, and it sounds like it's the first you're hearing of some things too. So that's where I'm at. Where all of you are
so
at.
moved. Are we ready for a
Madam Mayor,
motion?
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I have my hand up.
Yes,
Go, hand
Ben. Sorry.
Yeah, I think this deserves some discussion. I'm very sympathetic to the concerns of the neighbors who feel like they were misled by the developer, and if I were in their shoes, I would be in the audience as well. So that being said, that was not the city, and that we never promise what a developer will do from lots of experience. So I'm inclined to go ahead and introduce the ordinance. As the city attorney just mentioned, we can introduce the ordinance with a return time for the agenda item to be after the 60 days have passed. And that 60 days, to me, it's an important fact here that the developer is not the applicant here, right? That many of the concerns are concerns that have to be considered in the context of discussing the actual project and hammer it out over that time. So my inclination is to go ahead and introduce the ordinance with instruction as the city attorney laid out, to bring it back for the adoption vote at least 60 days, 60 days or more from now. And that 60 days gives time for some of those conversations to happen, and perhaps for the developer to find some way to work out some of the issues that have the neighbors so concerned.
Thoughts?
I would agree with that approach, to go ahead and introduce the ordinance and have that 60-day period, at least before we come back for a second reading. That would give us the time we need. I'm just kind of speaking to the audience here just so you understand where I'm coming from. One of my great concerns is that the city retain as much control as we can over discretionary projects and the ability to hear projects and have them come to the council. And I'm sure some of you are aware of this, and we've heard a lot about this tonight, but the state has frowned very heavily upon delay tactics and things that cities do to obstruct building. And the punishment that is handed down to cities for doing that sort of thing is that their housing element can be decertified if they don't meet the goals that they've set out in the housing element. So if we go too far in the direction of obstructing things, it actually paradoxically reduces our discretion. And so I just hope that that's clear, that that's part of my motivation to see this procedural item go forward, because we've committed to it in our housing element. All right, thank you.
Well, along with that is the fact that if we get decertified, then we're in a position that we could get builders' remedies projects that will significantly impact the quality of life for everyone in the city, all over the city, which is a place that we definitely don't want to be in. The other thought that I have, I am so glad that so many people came out and shared their thoughts with them. I've been doing this for a little bit of time, and the one thing that I learned, and it was a hard mistake that I learned with development that happened near where I lived, is that you do need to be involved. You need to stay involved. And that it's important when a real project does come forward that you stay involved. And a lot of folks mentioned, you know, promises were made and they weren't kept. And it's really important that as you get those things that you need and you work out, that they become in writing and they become conditions of projects, so that they don't happen without those conditions be included. So I want you all to know that there are other opportunities if and when a project ever comes forward. I really do believe that you should state what you need and work with the developer to get those items in the conditions of the project being built. I just want to add that for folks because it's not always easy to do. So what I heard was us introducing the ordinance tonight, we held the public hearing, giving staff 60 days to work with all concerned parties and come back to us in that 60 days time.
And council members, the opportunity to meet as well with them, 2 at a time.
That's fine. Yeah. The staff can set that up, but yeah. Is that what I'm hearing, the direction? Ben, are you on board with that also?
Yes, and I would be happy to go ahead and move to introduce the ordinance.
And with the direction to staff?
Yes, I don't think that needs to be part of the motion, but
No, it doesn't.
I'm happy to make it so. Yeah.
Do we need that as part of the motion?
It doesn't need to be, it's a direction, right?
It doesn't need to be,
Okay.
but if you want to give that, if you want to make sure that the staff heard you, I guess you could
Okay.
include it. I think we heard you.
Okay.
We won't be
Did
bringing
you
back the
hear
final
us, Noah?
ordinance.
Yeah, and just for the community members, the soonest meeting date that we would have would be August 22nd. So if you want to put that on your calendar, I'm not committing to that date, but
Okay.
it will not happen before August 22nd.
Okay.
That's
So-
the next council meeting date, 60 days out from here.
Okay. So that would give you, what you're saying, give you time to meet with them.
That would be the
Okay.
soonest we would bring it back based
To
on the
bring it
direction
back
from
here.
council.
Okay.
Correct.
For a vote.
For a vote.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So staff has direction. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second that motion.
Okay. Then I would ask for a vote.
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sparks,
Yes.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes. Okay, thank you, and thank you for attending. I think we are going to take a 5-minute break, if that would be okay
Mayor-
with everyone.
Mayor Harvey,
Yes.
Before that, can I just let everybody know that I have to recuse from the next agenda item because I live within the borders of the downtown specific plan. So I will sign off of Zoom and ask Kevin to text me when I should rejoin.
Will do, so you can have 5 minutes plus your recusal time. How's that?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order again, and we will move on to the next item, which is the City of Cotati Downtown Specific Plan, DSP, and Zoning Code Amendments. And I believe probably Noah's up on this one also.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. Correct. And our consulting planner, Mr. Brett McNulty, is available on Zoom, working for Four Leaf. Were the lead on this project, did a lot of the work for us, and I will let Brett lead the presentation, and I'm available for any questions, or I will be presenting a couple of the slides that are kind of specific to Cotati Council and Commission direction.
And before we let him start, I want to remind folks that Councilmember Ford had to recuse himself from this item. So he said it before we went on break, but I just wanted to remind folks. So he will rejoin us after this item. So there you go.
Good. Hello, Mayor Harvey, Vice Mayor Sparks, and City Council members. As Noah mentioned, my name is Brett McNulty with Four Leaf Incorporated. We are going to be looking at downtown specific plan update that is a couple of amendments to the downtown specific plan and Title 17 of the City Code, which is the land use section. If we can go to the recommendation slide. What we are asking, back to the recommendation. Thank you. What we are recommending, and the Planning Commission and the Community Development Department recommend that the City Council adopt an addendum to the 2009 Downtown Specific Plan, EIR, as an appropriate environmental document to comply with CEQA. Adopt a resolution approving the Downtown Specific Plan amendments that are located in Exhibit A to this agenda packet item. Approve an ordinance amending Title 17 to implement the Downtown Specific Plan as it would be amended and addresses changes to state law. And the amendments to Title 17 are located in Exhibit B to this item. If we could go to project description slide. Thank you. The Downtown Specific Plan amendments / update proposes minor changes to the Downtown Specific Plan and the zoning code. And these changes will clarify and provide technical guidance to development projects in order to remain consistent with the city's vision for the downtown in light of the numerous changes to state housing law, which I was sitting here listening to the last item, and I can empathize with how challenging it is to wrestle with these items as decision makers for a city. So the project further proposes amendments that would provide incentives for retaining commercial land uses in the downtown specific plan, consistent with the original vision in the downtown specific plan. And the focus of the project would be to clarify land use regulations and ensure the city is consistent, again, with state housing laws, and incentivize development projects as shown in the downtown specific plan. We go to the background slide, please. Thank you. So the downtown specific plan replaced the La Plaza specific plan and was adopted in 2009. It applies to approximately 60 acres along Old Redwood Highway, and it's divided into 4 main districts: the historic core, La Plaza, the Northern Gateway, and Commerce Avenue. The downtown specific plan is it's extensively detailed in the ideas that the city has for a form-based code, a vibrant downtown with very prescribed design requirements for building types in the downtown that are more focused on appearance and the goals of the city in regards to commercial and housing acceptable with the commercial in the downtown area. And next slide, please. So this map shows the downtown specific area. It's bounded by Laguna Creek on the north, and then in the south, just south of the downtown commercial areas. You all may be familiar with the downtown specific plan itself, as you may have participated in the update. We could go to the next slide, please. So as you were just discussing, SB 30, these are the list of housing laws that are kind of the heavy hitting laws that are being addressed with the housing element. SB 35 requiring ministerial approval of housing and mixed use development for those jurisdictions not meeting their regional housing needs. AB 2162 requiring supportive housing as a use permitted by right in zones where multifamily and mixed use development is permitted. AB 2011 and SB 6 that requires ministerial approval of 100% residential and mixed use housing projects in commercial zones within a half mile of transit, and also has certain labor affordability requirements that must be met. AB 1551, which requires the city to grant a concession to a commercial developer who's including affordable housing in a project located a half mile from transit. AB 2244, allowing affordable housing development on a religious property and up to a 50% reduction in required parking spaces. And then SB 330, which we discussed just a minute ago, amended the Housing Accountability Act to prohibit downzoning and other intended or unintended efforts to preclude the development of housing. On to the next slide, please. Now, in relation to what we just discussed, Noah, Director Hosha, and I came across this graphic that was put together, and it summarizes all of the housing laws that were put on the books over the last year and a half. And as you can see, there's a lot to sort through. Items such as funding, affordable housing production, project approvals, reducing costs, home ownership, homelessness, zoning, taxes. This represents a very daunting task for decision makers and planners to put their minds around all this and come to an understanding of what are the new limitations, what can we do, what are the things that we can't do. On to the next page, or next slide, please. So as we talk about housing, and just a quick summary of the housing element, which I know you're familiar with because you've been working on it so much, it's essentially to provide goals and policies and quantified objectives and schedule programs to preserve, improve, and develop housing, identify and analyze existing and projected housing needs for all economic segments of the community, identify adequate sites zoned and available within the housing element cycle for the city to meet its fair share of regional housing needs, must be certified by the state, as was discussed earlier, as complying with state law out of the gate, and then be internally consistent with other parts of the general plan. So after extensive outreach, workshops also by the Planning Commission and City Council and hearings, they followed the state review. On March 28th, the City Council adopted the housing element, which was certified by HCD. Congratulations. On June 2nd, 2023. That's no small accomplishment. On to the next slide, please. So the proposed downtown specific plan zoning and amendments, they apply to, what they're doing is one of the downtown specific plan amendments applies acreage-based density to each downtown specific plan district. And what that means is the density for each of the zones it comports with that which was analyzed in the EIR for the downtown specific plan. It eliminates confusing requirements for a floor area ratio in favor of existing form and lot coverage standards in the existing downtown specific plan. Development incentives to support new housing and downtown specific plan goals for commercial and mixed uses, and creates zoning standards to implement a range of the state laws that we were discussing and the downtown specific plan update and make ADUs permissible. Next slide, please. So on this slide, hand it over to Noah to discuss this.
So some of the additional changes were added kind of at the behest of both staff and also in keeping with direction we got from the Planning Commission and City Council. So I'm a big fan of identifying the purpose of individual zoning districts, and the DSP, the downtown plan, it does that in the downtown plan document, but it didn't pull forward those descriptions of the zoning districts into the zoning code, which all the other districts had that. So it was important to do. That's also where the acreage-based density is typically identified in our zoning code, so we did that. As Brett mentioned, there's been a lot of state law changes regarding parking, navigation centers, and supportive housing. So those changes are pulled through into the proposed zoning ordinance to implement zoning changes in the downtown and throughout the city. And from the staff perspective, this was just an opportunity to get a jump start on some of the housing element programs, because that's one of the things that the state told us we had to do. The state law is already in effect, so we're essentially just codifying and clarifying that the state law applies in those areas. There was some direction from the City Council regarding kind of allowing community centers and library land uses in throughout the city. And so we took this opportunity to change kind of some of the processes, essentially reducing a community center from a use permit to a minor use permit, which is a big cost savings, and also streamline the process. It's a reduction in the process. And then also you'll see there's some other kind of objective standards regarding light fixtures and dark sky light shields, et cetera, which was typically required, but it wasn't woven throughout all of the standards in the code, so we wanted to update that for internal consistency. We also, as we had discussed, given that the state allowances for residential to be in any zoning district, even your commercial areas now, the council, we had that hearing back in January trying to figure out ways to incentivize commercial development and basically motivate developers to keep doing commercial in our commercial areas, even though they can do residential, pure residential projects. And so this change would allow 100% density bonus for a project that comes in as a mixed-use project in these zoning districts. That's similar to what the council did for the Cotati Station project. It's a council-level decision. Only the council can do it on a case-by-case basis, but it is a significant enhancement beyond what the state law allows currently, which is up to a 50% density bonus. And so we do see that as a really big incentive. But again, if developers are allowed pure residential now in our commercial projects with a 50% density bonus, we thought allowing them to potentially go up to 100% in favor of, or in exchange for them providing some commercial land uses in the downtown, giving the council that tool on a case-by-case basis was an interesting and very strong incentive. And similarly, we allowed the council, these code changes would allow the council to grant up to 100% density bonus, or I'm sorry, parking reduction for a similar situation. The logic behind that, the council will recall when we discussed it, is a mixed-use project is already going to provide a fair amount of residential parking. Oftentimes, those people are gone during the day when somebody would be visiting a commercial space at night, or during that same time. So people could park in those empty spaces during the day, visit the commercial stores, leave, when then the residents come back home and use that same parking space. So the idea is to basically be more efficient with the use of land, and it is case-by-case, 100% council authorization. But it again is just seeking ways to try to incentivize building commercial when now the state is allowing pure residential projects, and essentially the market dynamics right now are such that a lot of folks are concerned with investing in commercial development just because of the uncertainty behind retail. We've all heard of the retail apocalypse and all those things. So what direction is retail development really going? But the demand for housing is strong, and bank financing for housing remains strong. So we're trying to balance out some of those market dynamics to essentially streamline and do what we can to support the development of commercial in our downtown. There's a number of other technical and clarifying zoning code modifications, mainly responding to state law, but the council will have seen the addition of a tobacco retailer in the zoning code with not allowed at all. That's because that prohibition currently lives in another part of the city's municipal code, but it's not talked about in the zoning code, which is where we talk about land use. So that's just kind of a housekeeping item, trying to bring prohibition on tobacco and smoke shops into the zoning land use area where it belongs, and that's where planners are typically going to go look when we have those conversations. To that point, I will point out that doesn't stop somebody from selling tobacco products. It just means that only a maximum of 25% of your business can be oriented towards tobacco uses or smoking-related things. You can't have a purely smoking-related business in Cotati. And that's the current law, and again, we're just pulling it forward, trying to clarify. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Brett.
Thank you, Director Hoof. To involve the public in the project, outreach was conducted to promote an understanding of exactly what the project was doing, gather input from the public, the Planning Commission and City Council prior to formulating the zoning code changes and an ordinance, as well as the downtown specific plan, refining those amendments. A survey and a video were available on the website and on social media. You can see the links there, and there was a whiteboard video available to help people understand what was going on with the city. With the next slide, number 12, the main takeaways that we had from public engagement were that people wanted to support Cotati's downtown businesses. They were also concerned about losing the small town feel and character of the downtown, and traffic congestion bleeding over into the neighborhoods with the development that occurs with housing downtown. Noah, did you want to talk about the Planning Commission recommendation?
Sure. So the Planning Commission reviewed this on May 15th, and they voted unanimously to support approving the downtown specific plan changes and zoning code changes. They were really happy with the engagement efforts, but there was some concerns over how the survey results were published. Staff previously, there's about over 400 responses to the survey. However, a number of those we feel were actually auto responses or bot-generated responses. People trying to essentially software trying to chase the gift card. There was a couple gift cards as prizes available, and so a number of those responses were very generic. You could kind of tell that they were repetitive, and so anyway, staff made an effort to try to clean up the responses. But we were concerned with presenting modified data and the perception of that, and so we did share the results of the survey. However, that included private email addresses, and so there was some concern over that from the commission, and so we have summarized those responses as the attachment to the council packet, which is why they're in that format. There's more information available actually on the commission attachment if anybody'd like to go back and look at it. But we were trying to be respectful of that direction by providing a summary. And we do feel, and the commission felt, that we probably had over 100, around 120 valid responses, which is a pretty good effort for a community of our size. And one of our commissioners is actually involved in public engagement, and he commended staff for getting that level of response. And I know the council and commission was very helpful in kind of getting the word out to their constituents to try to help get people to take that survey. So we really appreciate that. And then in making the recommendation unanimously, they added that the commission wanted to encourage the city council to explore efforts to further incentivize bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure in all downtown development and seek opportunities to implement the reunification of La Plaza Park as envisioned in the downtown specific plan. The commission just really saw kind of those pieces of the plan as really critical to how development proceeds in Cotati, whether it's pure residential or mixed use as is envisioned in the plan. And so they felt it was so important that they wanted to add that into their resolution recommending that the council adopt these changes. And so their language is there on the slide, and it's also in the resolution that's attached to the packet recommending that the council adopt these changes. And I'll just roll right into the next slide. Given the strength of that direction from the commission and all of the work that went into this, the Planning Commission and the Community Development Department are recommending that the City Council adopt an addendum to the 2009 Specific Plan EIR as the appropriate environmental document as identified in CEQA, adopt a resolution approving the Downtown Specific Plan amendments in Exhibit A, and approve an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Land Use section of the code to implement the Downtown Specific Plan as identified and amended and in response to changes in state law summarized in Exhibit B. And with that, Brett and I are both available for questions. And I believe there's another slide just identifying that.
Questions?
Thanks. I had 3 questions. First one was just regarding the Planning Commission and their recommendations. Were there any specific actions that they were requesting regarding this particular update, or was that just sort of general direction for the future?
It was just general. We were discussing development in the downtown, and we have a relatively new commission, a lot of new commissioners, and they, in reviewing the plan, because they're really getting their, kind of sinking their teeth into the plan for the first time as a part of this project, and they really just valued the city's current bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, the walkability of downtown and the city in general. And so as development intensifies and projects come forward, whether they're residential or commercial or mixed use, they just felt it was important for the city to continue to prioritize that.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Second question, there was a lot of mention in the survey responses about illegal smoking outdoors from the bars downtown, I think. I see that we addressed that sort of by removing or making it clear that we can't have tobacco shops, but I know this isn't directly related to what's at stake here tonight, but is there anything we can do about all the smoking that's going on? I was really surprised the number of people that mentioned that in the survey as a major problem.
Yeah, I mean, the smoking ordinance that we have right now does have special allowances for that downtown area.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah, because when the smoking ordinance was adopted, there's a big push from the downtown businesses who had, like normally a business would need a certain setback and a designated smoking area, but that just wasn't physically possible with the old buildings down there.
Okay.
And so there was a special allowance in that downtown strip, and that's, I think, probably what they're talking about. But that kind of goes along with that downtown bar vibe.
Okay. Thank you. And then last question was just about the addendum to the environmental impact report on page 2, God, can I remember the page number? 237, I think. We have our findings. And I was wondering if it would be an issue at all to just add a line to the sort of preamble at the top of the page that just clarified what those findings are, where it says, could we just add a line that says, we find that none of these following triggers apply, or something like that? Because as I read through it the first time, and Noah and I talked about this, it was just a little unclear. If you just read the statements of the findings and then the text below it seems to contradict the statement, which makes sense now that I understand the context, but just for someone reading it, would that be an issue? Or?
We could absolutely do that.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I appreciate also the comments about the bikeability and pedestrian, because I know that's something that keeps coming up at different meetings. Is that included in the ordinance? I was trying to find it in the ordinance, or it was just something they wanted to move forward?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and then my other question is, on the survey, is this survey being also shared with the Chamber of Commerce? I think there's a lot of suggestions for different businesses and that maybe the chamber can interest some outside companies or different type of retail to come in.
That's a great suggestion. I'll share it with them. I had not specifically emailed them the results, but I will do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I was curious about, because actually I've been hearing a lot about this, or the lack of this, so I'm hoping that this is like set up to kind of encourage more of it. But do we currently have any low barrier navigation centers or supportive housing in Cotati?
It's a relatively new term in the state, but we definitely do not have low barrier navigation centers. We have a couple housing projects that may meet the definition of supportive housing, but I would have to research. There's a couple like single family homes that are essentially run by nonprofits or managed by the county to help service supportive housing.
Right.
I'd have to look at exactly what they do and exactly the definition to meet that, but there are a couple properties in town that implement the direction of that defined use.
Okay, and so this, I'm presuming that the addition of this was meant to encourage them? Is that the idea?
Well, it's meant to clarify that they're allowed
Okay.
and meet the requirements of state law, and then also we committed to doing this in our housing element.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. It's probably just me, but could you elaborate on this? It says the review authority may grant automotive parking reductions up to 100% for commercial land uses on a case-by-case basis when significant multimodal transportation infrastructure and curb demand management is incorporated into the project design. Can you elaborate on that for me?
That's a great question. I'm very happy that you read that and caught that. So those are relatively new terms, I would say, in the transportation world. As the rise of ride sharing, Amazon delivery vehicles, just the number of vehicles we have coming and going into our residential areas. Curb demand management is essentially it's what it sounds like, managing the demand for that curb space. And so if you have all street parking in front of a residential development, then there's no place for your Uber driver or your Amazon driver to pull up and use. So you want kind of limited, very short-term, essentially transitional parking spaces built into these types of projects. Because again, if we don't have a car, we need some mechanism to be able to get places and get things to us. And so it's trying to anticipate that. And then, I'm sorry, the other term, curb demand management and?
Multimodal transportation infrastructure.
So that's just bicycle, pedestrian, electric scooters. So it's just trying to capture all of the various ways that we transport ourselves around other than vehicles.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood that.
And Mayor, this is probably obvious. I don't know if this is exactly the question or part of the question you're asking, but with the current state of state law in mixed use zones, people could just dump the commercial and just build residential. So this is it's another concept to try to incentivize a developer to not dump the commercial in our downtown, but actually provide some commercial. So it's just another mechanism that gives the council some flexibility if they like the project.
Okay. And then on a bunch of these pages, it talks about public transit, and it's worded differently in different sections in here, located within 1/2 mile of transit. And is it any public transit? I thought that there were some rules around what constitutes it. And then even in one place, it said quality public transit. I'm trying to understand here.
Brett, I'll let you take that one and I'll follow up if needed.
Yes, that is an excellent question. In different parts of state law, CEQA, for example, talks about high quality transit But when you look at the definitions of what that means, it's talking about bus headways, which is yet another plannerese term that means how often does a bus visit that bus stop during high traffic times of the day, the rush hour. So that's one definition. Another definition of transit in this regard in state law goes right back to the same definition. It's about bus stops and making sure that people can travel on buses. But when we get into the larger cities or Cotati, it would be close to the train stop as well. So I hope that helps clarify the different languages that comes through in different bills adopted by the legislature.
So is it any bus stop?
It's different in each situation, and that's why there's different language.
Okay, because it, generally in a lot of these, it just says that minimal automobile parking requirements shall not be imposed or enforced on residential, commercial, or other development project if the project is located within 1/2 mile of public transportation, which to me says, could be any bus stop, which kind of reduces all parking everywhere.
So this language is a direct quote from state law. But to your point, there are kind of definitions for what satisfies when parking reductions are automatically or required to be granted. But I will also say that's a moving target given the volume of legislation that continues to pass.
Okay. I'm just worried about that. And then I have just for you, Noah, on packet page 114, you have in kind of the middle, you have, it talks about table 3.7 is allowed only, some strikeout and only. So you need to eliminate an only.
And an apostrophe.
Yeah. And it was very interesting in the survey because retail was mentioned a lot because it is a conundrum there because people want local retail, but yet they're not building a lot of commercials. So people want and desire to do retail where they live, but you have to be able to do business and have it supported. So it kind of was one of those things where, well, yeah, you want it, but you have to support it for anybody to really do it. But a lot of the comments in there were ones that I've heard, over and over again. And the interesting one about the traffic, I mean, traffic has continued to get worse and worse and worse. And, as many people pointed out in here, as Roanoke Park builds more and more, it gets funneled through our city rather than on their streets. So that is a dilemma that we have by where we're located. So those are all my questions. Anybody else have? Yes, Laura.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot one of my questions.
Okay. That's fine.
On packet page 72, and I'm sorry, I saw this after we spoke earlier, there was some reference to AB 52 in this DSP amendment application process. And it says, documenting how the project meets all the objective standards under AB 52 as described above. But I'm not really, there's so many laws. I don't know what AB 52 is. And the rest of it all talks about SB 35, so I just wondered if you could clarify what is AB 52.
I'm going to guess tribal consultation, but I want to look it up myself.
Okay, if that's what it is, then that
He'll
makes
pull
sense.
up that other chart that he had out there with the 100 different things on there.
I think what it is, and we're not certain, is at some point SB 35 was amended to include the requirement to do tribal consultation before a developer can pursue SB 35.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That answered my question.
Any other questions? All right, not seeing any, then I will open this up for the public hearing. We seem to have lost here all of our people. There were a room full, but now there isn't, but we still have quite a few folks on Zoom. So Kevin, if you could see who wants to speak on this on Zoom, that'd be awesome.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon at this time. Mayor Harvey, that'll end public comment.
All right, so I will bring this back and close the public hearing on this. And any further comments, or I would entertain a, yes.
I have a comment. Thank you.
Certainly.
So I wanted to request a change to this if my colleagues will agree with it, which is that there's a section that speaks to dark sky lighting. And I wanted to see if we could add in the language that we previously approved as part of our multifamily objective design standards, which goes a little bit farther in talking about lights being shielded and directed downward, and then goes into color temperatures. So there's some language actually included in the packet on page 122, which is in the objective design standards for multifamily, and that would apply to residential and mixed use already. But any purely commercial projects in this zone, in the downtown zone, would not have to adhere to the objective design standards that we have already. So I just wanted to make sure that that language about color temperature got into this code update, just so it's consistent. If everyone else would support
Can you
that.
provide the page again, or
It's
the
packet
table?
page 122.
The last paragraph.
Yeah, E.
Perfect.
Yeah, and of course, not all of that's applicable because some of it's about residential, but the parts that I'm interested in are that the lighting should be directed downward and shielded, and then the part at the end that's all about energy efficiency and color temperature.
Okay, then with that, I'd be looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to move forward the DSP amendments and land use ordinance. Was it two or just
Correct.
amendments?
Correct.
Okay.
Would you be willing to include the lighting? In
Yes, also including the amendment to include the lighting information.
Just to be clear, can we get the text? Do you want the actual text or?
I know exactly what she's referencing.
Okay. There are 4 sentences in there. Do you want all 4 sentences that follow the lighting shall be shielded?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my eyes back on the right spot. I've got it here too.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
122.
Where are you seeing? Oh, I see. Lighting shall be shielded. I think we should, just because I'm not sure, we should probably exclude the sentence that says lighting of at least 1 foot candle shall also be installed and maintained within all covered and enclosed parking areas. Because
Okay. And but then the sentence after that and the sentence after that.
yeah, that
Okay.
everything after that should
Thank
be
you.
included. Thank you.
And your motion includes that?
Yes, the motion includes that information from page 122E, the sentences, the 3 sentences mentioned.
Okay, and do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so Kevin, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford. Oh, he's recused.
Recused.
Vice Mayor Sparks,
Yes.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes. All right. Thank you for that. Can we retrieve Councilmember Ford back?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brett.
Thank you, Don.
Progress, everyone. Making good progress. I'm taking that when we get Councilmember Ford back, that Autumn is going to take this item. Yes. Based upon the musical chairs that I'm seeing out there.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Harvey, and Council. We have a PowerPoint.
Have we,
Coming right up.
just a second, Autumn, have we gotten a hold of Councilmember Ford?
I just sent him a text.
You
it
did?
went through
Okay.
about 1
All
minute
right.
ago.
So if you don't mind, Autumn, could we give him a minute to get logged on? Thank you. Thank you for everyone.
He's coming back to the Zoom now.
Perfect. I know it takes Zoom sometimes a little bit. It's not so zoomy. There he is. Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. Autumn.
Okay, thank you. The item that we have here for you is consideration of an ordinance to adopt a REACH code that relates to electric vehicle charging. Next slide, please. So a little background on this, and since we had our workshop on REACH codes not too long ago, hopefully this will all be pretty fresh in your mind, so we'll go over it quickly. California adopted its current building code, and then we subsequently adopted that building code in 2022. It's a 3-year cycle for these building codes, so this is in effect 2023 through 2025. At the time, Cotati adopted what's known as the Tier 1 set of standards, which is a voluntary set of standards, a higher threshold than the basic mandatory standards in the code. We adopted Tier 1 for the CalGreen portion of the building code that relates to EV charging. And currently, the California Building Standards Commission, who comes up with the building code, is working on what's known as an intervening code update, which is essentially a mid-cycle update of the code. And typically, they make a lot of small changes, mostly related to further interpretation or clarification of the code. In this case, there is a significant change related to EV charging. And there will be higher standards for EV charging coming along in that intervening code, which takes effect July 1st of 2024. And those impact the mandatory level of standards and the voluntary Tier 1 and Tier 2 standards. So when we had our workshop with the council in April, the council provided direction to staff that you were interested in pursuing the Tier 1 standards of the intervening code update, and were interested in pursuing those on a faster timeline than to take effect essentially in advance of that July 21st, 2024 date. And as you'll recall, at that time, we also talked about REACH codes related to all electric buildings. And as you know, there have been some significant legal issues that have come up related to all electric building REACH codes. And so for now, that variety of REACH code is on hold till we wait till the legal dust settles a little bit and there's a clearer path forward potentially. And so in the meantime, staff has prepared for your consideration an ordinance that just relates to EV charging as a REACH code. Okay, next slide, please. So I want to just go through the areas basically by building type, the areas where the intervening code is different or not different from our current code. And we'll be looking just at the Tier 1 portion of the intervening code, and that's what's included in the ordinance. So related to new single family and duplex, there is no change. That will continue as it's been. The requirement is that in new construction, at least one space be provided for each single family home or duplex. One space has to be level 2 EV ready. And I included the glossary in the staff report again, so hopefully you had a chance to refer to that, but that essentially means there's a plug. It's not actually a charger, but there's a plug if it's EV ready. And that standard also applies to ADUs. As well as primary residences. Although in Cotati, most of our ADUs are actually exempt from parking requirements because state law requires that if an ADU is within half a mile of transit, that we can't require parking. And that's any kind of transit. And so for us, that actually means most of the city, the parking is optional. So we don't expect that to come up too often as a requirement that we're enforcing related to ADUs. Next slide, please. Oh, I have the clicker. Oh, sorry, Kevin. Okay, I'll try it next time. Okay, moving on to the area where the most significant change is happening in this intervening cycle, and that is for multifamily development and hotels. And you'll see up there that we have a chart that compares the existing 2022 code to the proposed intervening code cycle. And you'll notice that they have collapsed or proposing to collapse the small and large categories down to just all sizes of development having the same standards. And if you look over at the tier 1 column, that's really what we're interested in here. You'll see that the new tier 1 standard which is in our ordinance, would be 50% of spaces needing to have receptacles for charging, so plugs, and 15% required actual chargers. That's the EVSE is charging equipment. That's as opposed to our previous, or still our current standard, which is 35% of spaces with receptacles and 10% at chargers. So it's a significant increase. There is no change to the requirements for existing projects, but I just want to go over that again. Essentially what the code says is that for an existing multifamily or hotel development, when parking spaces are added or altered, and the altered could include adding lighting in the parking area or upgrading the electrical or doing some sort of electrical work, any change like that, triggers a requirement that 10% of the spaces be made EV capable, which means the lines are there, no place to plug in, but the power is there for future. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Okay, and then finally, non-residential. And there's just minor changes here. You'll see the table over there on the right side. That's the table we've been using, that we're enforcing, and will continue to do so. The tier 1 requirements are not changing in that regard. But there are some little just clarifications and additions. One is that a clarification that in any newly constructed non-residential building, there must be at least one charger. Okay, so even over there where it says 0 on the top, on the far right-hand side in that table, there's actually a footnote, which somehow didn't end up in my table. The footnote says, but it has to be a minimum of one space. So I don't know why there's a 0 in the table. This is part of the code, though, but it's a minimum of one space. What's also new is a requirement that charging for medium and heavy-duty vehicles, that charging be extended. So there's a current standard for that. That be extended to manufacturing facilities and office buildings. So it's been in place for other types of non-residential, but not for those categories. So that will be added in. There's also a new requirement in the tier 1 for existing buildings, existing non-residential buildings, and it's the same as the multifamily and hotel standard, that essentially when there's some addition of parking or some alteration of the parking spaces, that 10% of those spaces need to be made EV capable. The only change is from multifamily is that includes installation of photovoltaics at a property. So if they add solar, they will also need to add some EV-capable spaces as well. And that's really all of it in a nutshell. You wouldn't know it to read the lengthy ordinance, right, in the sections of the code. But so if the council decides to move forward with this, the REACH code would need to be filed with the Building Standards Commission. They don't approve it, we just file with them. And the effective date of the ordinance would be either the date that we file with them or the standard 30 days after the second reading and approval. And it's the later of whichever of those things occurs. The REACH code basically follows along the cycle with our building code. So we would need to, the council would need to consider readopting a REACH code with the next building code cycle. And with the next triennial update in 2025. And at that time, you know, there could be new mandatory measures, there may be some additional voluntary measures available, or there may be even more that the council wishes to do. And, you know, we'll see how the implementation of this goes through the rest of this cycle if you adopt this at this time. Okay. That sums it up. The Community Development Department recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance amending the city's building code to require increased electric vehicle charging infrastructure and equipment in building projects. And I'm available to answer your questions. Questions?
Ben? Can't see Ben anymore.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, then, if there are no questions, I will open this up for the public hearing. And again, we have lost our audience here. So I will turn to Kevin for our Zoom attendees. And I see a hand.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Harvey. Speaking to the Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment. Neil Hancock, you have the floor.
Yes, good evening, Council. Switch to a remote location and get a little bit more of a different atmosphere. But I support what's actually being talked about here. And in particular, it's just worth noting the challenge for the HOA or the multifamily arrangement. They really need to put in infrastructure, or there's a higher cost for the infrastructure going in earlier, but there's a bigger benefit in the long term. So I think having the voluntary standards in there is pretty good. By my calculations as an electrical engineer, it's possible, I'm not saying that it would be there, but for a 1-to-4 arrangement, that is one high level or 1 220 volt system, 30 amps, for 4 spaces could eventually be shared statistically across 4 vehicles. So I haven't found any equipment out there that does that right now, but that's certainly the big challenge is the back-end equipment that under the current non-smart electric system, all those cars could be taking current at the same time. So hopefully we can move towards more of a smarter grid, but I really don't see it in time for what is being talked about here in California. So the other big challenge that was touched on is what happens for all of the other multifamily or separated parking at the moment as we move towards a 2035 date for only sales of electric vehicles. There doesn't seem to be a plan in place in California. I have brought this up with Damian Colony, who's newly elected to the Sacramento, to the House. But I think it's going to take a state level way of finding some funding for this. So I thank you for supporting it or bringing it forward into the building code. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Mayor Harvey, that'll end public comment.
All right, I will bring it back. Any questions? Yes, Laura.
Thank you. I'm really happy to see this. Looks fantastic. I just had one comment that is just about something in the staff report about the City of Berkeley ban on natural gas and the fact that we're not bringing forward the that portion of reach code tonight. I'd just like to not, that would be my desire that we don't table that indefinitely. You know, I know there's some legal challenges, but I'd really like to see us move forward somehow on that. It's still top of my list in priorities, because if we do have a reach code that is not challenged, it could prevent some houses that are going to exist 70, 80 years from now still from having natural gas piping in them, which could make a real difference to the climate. All right, thank you.
Okay, and what I've held the public hearing, and I would be looking for a motion on this. Okay.
I'd be happy to move that we introduce an ordinance amending the building code to require increased EV charging infrastructure and equipment in building projects.
Thank you for
I'd
that.
like to second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Kevin, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sparks,
Yes.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes. All right, that passes. We are moving onward. And we are to, I guess, Mr. Scott might be taking this one. Introduction of an ordinance clarifying water connection fees with fire flows.
Yeah, that's mine. He
Oh,
has
it's
the-
yours.
He has
Oh,
the
gee.
next one, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Can I just
changing it
say
up.
thank you, Autumn?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you probably scared Craig.
You scared him? Okay.
Yeah. It's a pretty simple ordinance. So even I can take this one. This
Okay.
is
You're just desiring to be that engineer again, I know.
yeah. So this is really just some cleanup in the code related to impact fees that are charged for certain types of connections. And the building code, as you probably know, requires fire sprinkler systems in most types of structures now. But I think the issue that we've noticed where we have some conflicting language in our current code is that some types of new construction, and so single-family residential is a good example, rather than having, unlike commercial, which would have a domestic meter and a separate fire line going into the building, there's just a single water service going into the building that serves both purposes. And so in order to serve both purposes, the meters are often oversized just to allow the higher fire flows in the event the building ever catches on fire, which is unlikely to happen, but that's how they're sized. Our impact fees are based on meter size. And so so we have, in the impact fee analysis, does assume the fire demands as part of the analysis. So in other words, when someone buys a 3/4 inch meter, they're buying the 3/4 inch meter plus their share of the fire capacity that they also need. So so because we've had this conflicting code, we've been going with the more permissive, which we think is the right way to go, which is to charge them for what the actual domestic demand was, because that's how the meter impact fee was calculated anyway, rather than charging them for an arbitrarily upsized meter just to accommodate some technical fire flow requirement. But it is, from our perspective at least, important to just clean the code up so there's not conflicting sections that would say both things. So that's all this is doing, is just trying to make it consistent so that it's clear that if someone connects and their meter's oversized due to fire flows, that they're charged for what the domestic demand is, like I said, which is how the impact fee is actually calculated, rather than just going off the meter size when you have these mixed flow situations. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions? Not seeing any. Ben, did you have any questions? He's shaking his head no. Okay. Then we will open this up for public hearing on this item, and there's no one here. Kevin?
Speaking to the Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment. Mayor Harvey, that'll end public comment.
All right, thank you very much. I'll bring it back, and then if there's no further comment, I would be looking for a motion on introducing this ordinance.
Sure. I'll move the first reading of the ordinance. Is that what it is? introduction of the ordinance of the City Council, the City of Cotati clarifying the appropriate water connection fee with mixed meters serving fire flows.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Kevin, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sparks,
Yes.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes. All right, well done. And we are down to our last public hearing of the evening, adoption of the multi-year capital improvement plan.
Mayor, members of the council, Craig Scott, Public Works Director, City Engineer. This item is the adoption of the city's multi-year capital improvement program. And let's see if this works. Oh, good. Begin with the outline for the presentation tonight. We'll cover the requested action, the purpose of the CIP, Capital Improvement Program, CIP, supporting documents, and then we'll go into the actual CIP, not project by project, but sort of in general, in a high level review of the funding being requested, and then the funding requested by the source of the funds, and then generally going over the project listing, and finally the recommendation, which would be to adopt the multi-year capital plan. A tip on this is we are going with a software program, ClearGov, to organize all of this data, and their convention is the year represents the last year of the fiscal year. So if you see 2024, that means fiscal year 23-24. So that's what that tip box is there on the bottom left of the slides. Okay, so the requested action is per California Government's Code, Section 66002, Capital Improvement Plan, which states that the Capital Improvement Plan shall be adopted by and shall be annually updated by a resolution of the governing body at a noticed public hearing. So we are at a properly noticed public hearing. This item is typically incorporated into the adoption of the budget. However, we did not properly notice for the public hearing the session we had back in May, so that's why it's broken out this year as a separate presentation. The prior actions by the Council and Planning Commission, or like I said, the May meeting we had to adopt the budget, in which the first year of this CIP was actually incorporated into our annual budget. And then prior to that, in March of this year, the Planning Commission, as also required by another section of the California Government Code, determined that the CIP was in conformance with our general plan. And then just to cast a wide net over when the council looks at items related to the CIP, when you look at the source documents like the local road safety plan or the water and sewer master plans, or what's coming up, the bike ped master plan, those every time the city council weighs in on those source documents, you're kind of getting that background and related to what the CIP generates the CIP. And then of course when design contracts come up for the individual projects, and then the awarding of those projects when we're actually getting into each specific project. Those are all areas when the city council touches aspects of the CIP. Okay, so the purpose of the CIP is to serve as both a financial and project planning document. It gives us a view out into the future, and so as those projects, time passes and those projects come up, we're ready to fund those, and it's a high priority project. It assists in the orderly development of the city and concurrent construction of public facilities and infrastructure. So these source documents are consistent with the city's general plan, and then the CIP just kind of gets more granular in implementing the general plan through those source documents. And then finally, it approves the master plans. Here's a list of the supporting documents, and there might be more, but this gives you a feeling for the CIP isn't the end all. It's actually goes much deeper. There's these documents, for example, the water master plan just studies the water section and runs models of our hydraulic network and projects future demands. And then it comes up with its own CIP, which is prioritized. And so that list gets memorialized or brought into this multi-year CIP. And we had just finished the Parks Capital Plan, which involved extensive public outreach and stakeholder groups. And that plan came up with a CIP, which is represented here. So it's if you scratch the surface, there's a lot more depth beyond what's just presented here. That rises up to feed this plan. Okay, and that's represented in Appendix A, which was distributed prior to this meeting, just how granular that data is. A couple charts. I do have to say that in meeting the city's objective of streamlining and being more efficient, we're using ClearGov, which in a way presents canned charts and figures. And we're as each year goes by, we get better and better at populating the data behind those. So you'll see a few things in the early years, which are a little bit out. Like, for example, the first year savings is $1,000. You know, that's, I think, as you see in the future years when we get more roadways rehabbed, it does make sense. We see like $300,000 or $400,000 savings a year by 2028 because we're no longer rehabbing streets with expensive treatments. We're doing the slurry seal. So that is reflected, but there's certain things like Cotati Park. What is the savings of revamping a park? I mean, there probably is savings there, but we just haven't wrapped our minds around how to quantify that into an annual number yet. So it's shown here from the capital projects requested summary chart. You have in the beginning the orange are the streets, and green appropriately are the parks. So you'll see that the capital budget requests are weighted towards streets and parks, and not so much towards buildings, water, and sewer. And then another kind of takeaway from this chart is you see the big green bar on year 28. That is primarily the grant funded, which is grant money that we wish to have and we think we would be able to qualify for, but it's not secured. So the early years, you have grant funding, gets more and more secured so that by the year one, it's there. We've gotten it, we've applied for it, we've gotten approved, and you can bank on it. But as you go out further out, those money sources, we've identified what programs would offer those grant money, but we haven't secured that yet. Okay, so that leads us into the next chart, which is on funding by source. And the takeaway generally from this chart, there's over a dozen different funding sources, so it's spread out. There's, of course, the general fund, but there's special revenue sources and grant funding as well. You see them The cyan and kind of the pinkish color is the grant money, and we're doing pretty good on roadway grants, federal and state, getting over $1 million this year and into the next couple of years. And then it does vary over time. It's not really that consistent, but we are doing pretty good with it, and it does enable us to do the roadway work. For example, the West Side Street project in front of City Hall, and we'll see in 2024 the Redwood Drive get repaved in Cypress, and that's made possible large part to the $1.25 million grant for those projects. Okay. All right, so at this point, if I'm sticking with the overview, we're getting into the project listing by department. And so another convention of the CIP are the departments are the major categories. So the streets, parks, water, and sewer, and separately sewer, and then the buildings are each taken as a separate, separately listed set of improvements. Overall, there's 41 improvements in the 5 years, which does include the first year, which is baked into our now adopted annual budget. So we have, with the street projects, a pavement management program which goes into a great level of detail, starting from the actual physical inspection. Somebody's walking out on our roads, and we have 200 segments of roadways, and next month we'll have somebody do it again. They do it every 2 years, and based on the condition of the road, we have set pavement treatments which are appropriate for those conditions, and that gives us this detailed CIP for our streets, and we have inputs to that model of annual funding and what type of preferred treatment we would like to see. So that's all being brought into the CIP. They very much are linked together. If you look at any one of these streets, there's a detailed spreadsheet that shows exactly where that came from. Just looking at this, some of the non-classical street, pavement projects, you've got the Class 1 pathway, and that was in response to the strategic planning sessions we had, where we should put some effort into maintaining our Class 1 pathways and program that in. It wasn't feasible to put it in our pavement management program because it's not cost effective. They're not being driven on by garbage trucks and has constant traffic, so they degrade at a different pace than roadways, and it's much more manageable to say, oh, here are our Class 1 pathways, let's do whatever. We don't need a program for that, a computer program, because there's not 200 segments, there's maybe 5, and they degrade a lot slower than roadways. But it is in our CIP for 2024. We've got the gateway signage, and there's a range 2024 to 2027, 4 years in there. The second of those 4 years, there's no spending, but there's a big it lends itself to spreading out over time. There's a number of gateway signs, and so let's do one here and then do another one next year, and so that's why we're seeing it spread out like that. And that also recognizes our financial limitations. We would like to see progress on it, but it needs to be feasible financially to do those, and with respect to our priorities. The Highway 116 West Cotati Avenue intersection, that's the realignment of West Cotati Avenue at Highway 116, and we're having a stakeholder public outreach meeting on Monday at the Planning Commission meeting on that. So we've been working on that for a few months now and have some concepts to bring before the public. That's Monday, the 19th. We have the Park and Ride Replacement Project is on here, and the Redwood Drive, Cypress Avenue. You'll see with the program streets, it skips 2026, but that's because we have a grant-funded project for Valparaiso and Hellman Lane, which fills that. So every year has a project. And so this is just a spillover for three other. We got sideway gap closures. Then we need a traffic signal at William George, and that'll be partially paid for by the traffic mitigation funds coming out of all the development happening in Rohnert Park, because that's how folks over there, many of them come out and get access to Highway 101. And then these are just pictures of what's going on in Cotati. There's one, I think that's off on Myrtle or on this current roadway project, and then the other one is the traffic arm right there at Highway 116, Old Redwood Highway near Pete's. That was hit by a car, and so it was compromised. The structural integrity was compromised, so we replaced that as part of the traffic flow improvements project just recently. All right, and moving on to the parks projects. Again, this is informed by the Parks Capital Plan, and number of projects in there. You'll notice that the Cotati Park Improvements Project is in there, and that's because technically it is spilling off into the next fiscal year. It's a multi-million-dollar project where we have like $80,000 or something of just wrap-up, close-up work going past July 1st. That's why it's on here, but it kind of is just about done. The restrooms being placed tomorrow, and in a couple of weeks it'll be pretty much ready for prime time. But as I mentioned, streets and parks are where a lot of the money is going in the next few years. And so you'll see Putnam Park improvements on there, Sunflower Park improvements. I think there's a grant for that. And then Caterfield here at Civic Center will be moving forward with some of those capital plans for this complex. So that's a big part of the project. And of course, the picture there is of Cotati Park, in case you have gone out there and checked it out. All right, off on to the building department, and we've just gone through a lot of improvements here at City Hall with our buildings. Re-roofed community center, put new windows in there, put new windows in here. We're painting the buildings. So it's no surprise that moving forward, we're kind of backing off of that section and saying, hey, we're pretty good for now. So we've got one project of revamping the parking lot here, which needs some TLC. It needs some work. It's showing its age. And the pictures there, re-roof community center, and then the new windows there at the community center. All right, water projects. So our enterprise funds, we have water and sewer. They come from a separate budget because they're separate from the general fund in terms of, for the most part. So we go through we have a 5-year adopted rate plan that we're following. And within that rate plan, we have projects that we pulled from the master plan and then looked at what the affordability is with the different rates. And that's, again, it's linked with the CIP. They all talk to each other. On here, P1, the Portal Street Mercantile Aaron Main replacement. Our utility funds are really tight. We designed that with the intention of having it built by now, but the cost estimate came in really high, the detailed cost estimate. So we had to put that off for 3 years out. It's not great news, but we are moving forward with the SCADA project, which is the telemetry, the remote instrumentation that we use to run our system. That's under contract right now, and it's in this first year of the budget. The construction water ATM, it's really an automatic water filling station. So that's going to ease the labor required by city staff, administration, not physical labor, but the administrative work to process those requests. And there's a lot of advantages to that. You've got the Cypress tank, which keeps getting pushed out. It's at year 27, 28, the last 2 years of the CIP. But again, there's a lot of upward pressures on material and supply costs and the Sonoma water. With the drought, it's we're getting less revenue, yet our costs are increasing. So it's challenging to move through this water CIP. Moving on to the sewer CIP, you've got the if you're going to do the water telemetry SCADA, might as well. It's all kind of linked together. Might as well do the sewer part of it because it's all one program, but it is separated out in terms of benefit and effort. We've got sewer pipeline repairs moving beyond what we just did in Sierra, ahead of the Quick Strike paving project. You notice we have the Cypress paving project coming up. Well, we've identified spot repairs on Cypress Avenue that we need to get to before we pave it. And then more lateral work. This is spread out over the 5 years. And then we've got a generator repair, which is based on a grant, which seems to be taking forever to get back to us on. I think it's like a year now that we've applied for it. But we have 4 lift stations, and right now we play musical generator. We have a generator that's on a trailer, and it's really challenging if all 4 lift stations go out because they have to go to one, pump it dry, go to the next, pump it dry, all over town. And then once they get to the 4th one, come back to the first one again. So this project is proposing to design and purchase fixed generators. So at like Quail Hollow and at Redwood Drive, we would put fixed generators there that would be used during power outages. So you get power outages that last 5 seconds. You get power outages that last 2 hours. Some are, it's very rare that they're multiple days like we had in 2017. So I did hear a concern about the noise. I think our first priority would be to make sure that we have that backup capability so we don't have sewage that comes up out of the ground down our streets in the stormwater, everything else. That would be a nightmare. So we definitely need that. But are there sound dampening walls or buildings we could put these generators in? I think that's a really good point, and we can look into that. All right, that brings us to the end of the presentation. We have the recommendation here, which is to adopt the resolution adopting the updated city's multi-year capital improvement program, and I'd be happy at this time to respond to any questions you might have.
Questions?
Just a quick question. What is Quail Hollow? Where is that?
That's along, if you go down Myrtle and you get to past Aguirre and towards the almost 2/3 of the way to Roanoke Park, you'll get to Quail Hollow. It's on the right. It's serving that.
On Myrtle Drive. That's
just off of Myrtle. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's on Myrtle.
Thank you. And then question about the sewer pipeline repairs project that's on page 40 of the appendix, not the packet page, but the printed appendix, page 40, for fiscal year 2028. And it says the order of the repairs is to be determined to coordinate with street paving projects. So does that mean we could see that funding kind of move into different fiscal years as different streets got dug up?
To look at the sewer repair budget over time.
Yeah.
It's actually in the 5-year rate plan that we did, so I think that's online.
I'm just saying, like, the project says it's in fiscal year 2027, 28, but
right.
would that also happen in earlier years if we were digging up different streets?
There's only so much the sewer utility can handle.
Okay.
So it's probably short of what we need.
I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say as a rule, though, the general rule is if we can do some utility repairs before we pay,
Yeah.
we will.
It's allowing us to do
financially,
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
To the extent we can do it is the question.
Okay.
We'll get to obviously the bigger breaks, the susceptibilities to it. But like we saw in Cypress, there's a 6-inch, and ultimately we'd like to get it to an 8-inch. Well, we're kind of compromising there and just fixing it and living with the 6-inch, but fixing the spot repairs.
Yeah.
Because there's no big capacity constraint there. So we're okay with that.
So to go along with that, might we put off a street project if we thought we could get the sewer part done?
That's kind of a risky proposition because like the sewer fund, like 80% of it goes to the city of Santa Rosa for the sub-regional system, right? And so we're always just kind of struggling to get. So I guess the risk there is you put off a street project that you have grant money for, and you might not get to it till 10 years because you're now beholden to the sewer fund timeline.
So it depends.
Which goes along. Yeah, which drags on.
It depends.
It depends.
Question? Can we loan money to the sewer fund to do a timely sewer repair while we've got a street dug up? If it doesn't have enough money in the fund?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, we could.
Yeah.
We'd have to look at the financials and also the rate study to make sure it all works, but.
Ever since I learned the word gushers, I worry about this. And then last question, we've got the sidewalk gap closures project for 2024, 2025. Is that going to really fix all our sidewalk gaps, or are there going to be gaps left after that that we need to address in a future project?
Yes, there will not, I mean, you're correct. It will not fix all of our gap closures, but it's fixing the highest priority ones. And we are looking to get $500,000 grant money for that. So there's a very strict timeline that's driving its placement in the CIP. Like it'll get, for example, the Thomas Page pathway, class 1 pathway connection from the tunnel all the way to Richardson. So we're looking at that. I think Valparaiso, there's a number of them, and that we've actually submitted in a formal grant application to the Sonoma County Transportation Authority.
So if we wanted to put a future project on to kind of finish up any other gaps that exist throughout the city, I mean, we've got this imaginary giant La Plaza reunification grant-funded item on the plan. Can we put a similar grant-funded sidewalk gap phase 2 or something like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, the beauty of this whole thing is that we're talking about a project 2 or 3 years out, right? And we're going to see it again next year. And we're having this discussion, and I'm hearing it is a priority to try to pick up more gap closures. So, we have that heads up to identify where they are and then try to match them up with additional funding. And we have time to do that. So this is really good input and timely.
I would say too, as we're starting the bike and ped master plan, if there are other gaps that are out there that we're just not thinking of in the current CIP, that's the opportunity to bring them up. Rather than some amorphous, it's just easier to plan around some specific areas that we want to address.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
So just a couple things. I wanted to make sure, so this is all capital improvements, not capital, right? So like, for example, if the research around the library came up with a location, that building of a library would come out of a different, like, is there, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's capital improvements and then there's capital creation. I don't know how you would call it, right?
That's the deliberation process, right? To actually identify the need for a project and get the authority to move forward with that project. And so this would be one place where it could live, right?
But I guess I'm asking, would like the construction of a building be under capital improvement, or would it be somewhere else?
Yes, it would. Once it's vetted and gone through that whole process, it would land in here, so we could properly plan for the finances, the funding of it,
right,
and the placement.
Okay, and then that Thomas Page corridor that comes up a lot. I don't know where to put it, but I want to make sure that's on the radar.
That's lives in the sidewalk gap closure project. Is that? It's the sidewalk.
No, I'm talking about from across 116. Not on this side of 116. I'm talking about crossing 116.
The West Cotati 116 project will address the crossing, but it won't address going all the way down to Thomas Page.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. Kids from like Cotati Village area or from, north of 116 getting south safely.
Yeah, right, they can cross. So if the West Cotati 116 project gets built, they could cross safely at that point and then go through the neighborhood to get to Thomas Page.
You're talking about down at 101?
At West Cotati. So the West Cotati 116 intersection project, if that gets built, then there will be a safe crossing from the cottages across Highway 116 to the West Cotati Avenue neighborhood, so they could get to Thomas Page to the back that way. They wouldn't have to walk on the shoulder of 116 to get down to Madrone and then go up, if you follow me, so.
They would they not have to walk down 116 to get down to West Cotati from the village?
Not when the improvements get built. No,
Okay.
it's all part of the intersection project.
Okay.
It would make more sense when you see a diagram of what that intersection improvement would look like.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I live there, so.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then the only other thing I just wanted to say is, actually, I first met Noah when I first moved here, looking for if we had any decorative manhole covers in Cotati, which we do not. So I just I see this, manhole lateral repair, and I wonder if, if we couldn't look into the idea of getting some decorative Cotati manhole covers. Like, they're super charming and they like really like for that small town feel we keep hearing everybody wants. I just like to propose that idea, and I'm happy to help look stuff up, but there's a bunch of like really great like American steel companies that create these decorative things, and they can even do it like custom ones for us too. But I just wanted to throw that out there. I know it's a little out there, but I think it would be really cool.
Yes.
So I had questions. I know someone mentioned the sidewalk gap project about the bike and pedestrian safety and improvements. I noticed that it gets $50,000 every year, so I'm wondering what kind of work gets done with $50,000, because even the gateway signage has like a lot more money in it for the project. So it's just. And I saw that bikeability and walkability was really important for the residents when I was looking at the comments too. So I don't know if the bike and pedestrian master plan will open up more grants and monies for us to do more in the area. So I'm kind of curious about that too.
We hope so.
Well, number one, it's gotten between 50 and 70,000 every year, and it's to pick up the easy, quick fixes that get a lot of bang for the buck for bike ped safety. And so we've seen the speed feedback signs go up. We saw that the three-way stop there at West School Street and West Sierra Avenue, that was done out of that program. The RRFBs, the rectangular, rapidly flashing beacons, the flashing lights that went in at Cypress across West Sierra and at Water Road. And then this year, we've actually purchased the flashing beacons for a crosswalk across Valparaiso at Lund Hill, as well as reconfiguring the traffic heads at the Valparaiso Old Redwood Highway intersection. So it's something we've actually made quite a bit of progress on, just like here, just consistently every year. But I hear what you're saying about looking for additional grant funding, and projects like that score very highly with these either grants, state and federal roadway project funds.
So will the master plan that we're working on with the county, that'll open up more monies for us for that area? You know?
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, right? Most grants, they look for community supported projects, and so that's a great way to demonstrate with all the outreach that happens, the subsequent adoption of it by the governing body. That's usually like a rock solid way to say this isn't just some wild idea that we came up with for a grant. It's a project the community wants and supports, and so it's a high priority for us. So it tends to rank higher with grants. Yeah.
Ben, did you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If all of our questions are answered, I will open up the public hearing for this item. And we still don't have anybody in here, but I see we have a hand on Zoom.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Harvey. Our Zoom attendees are well versed in the process at this point. Neil Hancock, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Pressing the unmute button is I'm getting the hang of it and stuff. Really appreciate that there's this visibility on the CIP, and I know there's an awful lot of heavy lifting for major programs, but I'm just wondering the Highway 116 Old Redwood Highway westbound safety change, that really works nicely when you go around the corner, a very simple striping on the road and stuff. But I'm wondering on the flasher lights on Valparaiso and Lund Lane, did that get into ClearGov? I couldn't find it there. The reason why I'm asking is because when you look at some similar things that have been happening in Roanoke Park, there's a new pedestrian crossing on Country Club and Copeland Creek Trail, and they've done some very large bulb outs to really give the traffic crossing, the vehicular traffic, a very defined place on the road. So Valparaiso is quite a wide road, and just looking at the footprint of what's being done at the moment, I'm just so... Really, the question is, did it make it onto ClearGov, the Valparaiso Lund Lane feature?
Yes, it has.
Okay, good. Well, I'll check it because I didn't find it there. So appreciate all the local road safety plans that are coming there. It's definitely a very slow process for changing infrastructure, and fascinating to hear the Thomas Page Tunnel to Richardson is in the works, and thank you for all the good work.
Craig, the project he's looking for, could it be referencing like Delano?
I think it's called the Valparaiso Safety Improvement Study.
Okay.
So that's I'm about to populate that project page with more information now that we've got the contract and work is about to start.
Okay.
And, excuse me, the place is called ClearGov? The place,
yes.
ClearGov. Okay, thank you.
And it's accessible off of our website if you go to Active Public Works Projects.
Okay, I am not seeing any other hands.
That is correct, Mayor Harvey.
Okay, then I will close public comment and bring this back, and would be looking for a motion.
I'm happy.
Oh.
I'm happy to move a resolution adopting the updated multi-year capital improvement program.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. And could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sparks,
Yes.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes. Thank you. All right. Moving on. We have no regular agenda items. We had all public hearings, so there's nothing there. So we will move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So it's kind of exciting. We got our second electric police vehicle back from the upfitter today. So it's got to throw some decals on that, and then we'll have 2 on the road. And the third is actually we swapped. So we got one, and another one's at the upfitter now. So we're quickly building the EV fleet here. So. Very exciting. And then Cotati Park, we talked a little bit about that, but the one element I'll add about the restroom coming is that Lincoln Avenue there between LaSalle and Linden Avenue is going to be closed tomorrow because there's a truck with a restroom on the back of it sitting on the street, and they got to crane it into the location that it's going to be. So anyway, so the street will be closed for the work hours tomorrow. If you want to see a restroom suspended in the air, then it's good, you can swing by and check it out. What's that?
Is there an estimated time?
I think they're supposed to start around 7-ish, 7 or 8.
It's being delivered at 7 a.m. and then they'll start moving it into place probably 8 to 10, something like that. It'll be all fixed on its new foundation about 2 p.m.
Yeah. So anyway, that'll be exciting. Hopefully we'll get some pictures of that. And then the rest of the restroom is quickly the rest of the park is quickly getting finished up. And that'll be, they're doing some of the rubber mat this week, I think all of it for the playgrounds and then the mulch while they're finishing up the landscaping. And then I'll be reaching out to everyone for trying to coordinate a ribbon cutting in the not too distant future. So that one's almost ready. La Plaza, we talked again about this one too. This road project outside our front door here. Because of some delays on other projects this contractor is dealing with, the paving is not scheduled to start until early July, but it'll get going in earnest in July. So that's a little bit delayed. The 2023 street reconstruction project is all the reconstruction that you've all been seeing around Myrtle and some of the side streets nearby there. Part of Page, Delano here near us. They're going to be starting next week to do slurry seals. So they're doing slurry through downtown Cotati, and also some of the other streets that weren't actually paved adjacent to the reconstructed streets. So that's primarily like Mendelssohn, Skilling Court, the Putnam Park parking lot. Those areas will get slurried. And then striping will follow that, and then the pathway is also, I'm not sure what the schedule is on the pathway, but the pathway in front of Putnam Park is also still needing to be worked on. Related to that, you've probably, if you've been to Putnam Park or if you've been to Cater here, you've seen that the NorCal Oaks is also working on the baseball fields. So the turf has been removed entirely at Putnam, and they've sort of rototilled here, but they're going to be removing it here. And then putting down some wire and new irrigation and some brand new grass turf. So it's going to be really nice when it's done. And they're also working with us on building permits for other things like fencing and stuff like that. So that's going on. Painting, the front door is taped off. We are getting painted still. So that will be wrapping up here in the next week. I think the majority of it, and then just touch up at that point. And that's City Hall, Civic Center, and Cotati Room. And exciting news that the housing element was certified. I think we all know this here, but June 2nd we got the letter from HCD, so that was very exciting. It was a huge lift to kind of get all that done, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, Noah and his department. And so we're done, but now that we've taken a breath, we got to actually implement it because they're going to be watching. So we're working on that. And we started one of the things tonight, and the council has got that ball rolling as well. Santero Way, so talking about planning, we also were recently notified that we officially were granted up to $415,000 for planning work on Santero to redo that. So that's an MTC grant that we'll be getting more information on soon. And then we had our second annual Cotati car show and movie in the park. We showed Grease Lightning, and that was great. It was a little cold, unfortunately, but it was good. We had quite a few people there, and actually more exciting was we had Flagship there with their portable barbecue, and their lights were actually on without a generator. So that's good news. Good news in our downtown. Our next free summer movie will be on August 1st during National Night Out. We're doing DC League of Super Pets is the movie. So it's chief approved movie that's going to accompany the National Night Out event. We also have our first week of summer camp going on. So if you've seen a whole bunch of kids running around here, that's what's going on. It's 24 kids in our camp, and also another 25 in the theater camp. So there's a lot of kids here. In the theater camp, they're working on Aladdin Jr., and they plan to do a performance next weekend in La Plaza Park. Next week, also our farm camp and Spanish camp also starts. We've also just added to our camp half-day options for families, and it's available for a morning session or afternoon session each week. And we also have afternoon care available for children who have signed up for another camp and need aftercare when their camp ends. So some things we've heard from parents that we're adding to the things we do. Last week, the farmers market started, and it was a great turnout. And that's just a reminder, every Wednesday in the Plaza Park from 4:30 through 7:30 through the end of September. And there's lots of great stuff there, food, music, and everything else. June 24th, Cotati Music Festival, hosted by the Chamber of Commerce, will be in La Plaza Park, 12 to noon to 6 p.m. And they have 5 bands playing music, so it's going to be a hopping event, I think. And then July 8th will be the 30th annual Cotati Kids Day Parade and Festival, and this year's theme is Surf's Up Cotati. So it's just thinking ahead to climate change. Eventually we'll have surf here, so we're ahead of our time. So it's going to be a full day of fun with pancake breakfast at Church of the Oaks from 8 to 10, and then the parade will start at 10 a.m. and wind through the downtown for a festival from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. And I won't reiterate what's there, but lots of great stuff, so I encourage everyone to come. And I'll leave it at that, but would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay.
I always have questions. Just 2 questions. The EV, that's great about the new electric vehicle. The decals are sort of invisible. Do we have any plans to make them a little darker? Because you can't really see. Maybe we don't want them darker because we want the police car to be totally incognito, but I'm just sort of curious about that because I've had some constituents comment about that.
Honestly, it was the cool factor.
Okay.
Why we did that. It's a thing. They are reflective. So they're light, but they do reflect pretty bright. But yeah, we call it, it's like a ghosting, but it is like it's pretty prevalent right now. So it's not unusual in these times.
Okay. And then, what was my other question? Oh yeah, just because we had such a painful experience with the slurry seal before and the garbage trucks, is there going to be some communication with NorCal Oaks to make sure they don't bring in like heavy vehicles to deal with the baseball fields while the slurry seal is going on in the parking lot?
Yeah, they're not
for a few days after.
Yeah, it's a good point. We probably should confirm, but I think they're using the other entrance on La Plaza to get in and out. I don't think they're using the parking lot there. But not a bad communication, just to make sure.
Thank you. Other questions? No? Ben, do you have any questions? Okay. All right. Then we will move on to City Council member reports.
June 1st, I went to Sonoma Clean Power board meeting, and Sonoma Clean Power won the first place for the inaugural award at CalCCA, California CCAs, the 2022 Community Impact Award. And that's for a lot of their decarbonization and community efforts that they've done, including the AEC, the Advanced Energy Center downtown in Santa Rosa. They showed the video and they were challenging other jurisdictions to also do, similar efforts in their communities. So they got the first award for that. And in their legislative update, they continue to talk about the governor's trailer bill, where they're trying to take some of the authority, procurement authority, away from CCAs and have the CPUC do it. But Assembly Member Garcia put that language into AB 1373 so they can have hearings and talk about it. Otherwise, they may not be able to if it was just in a trailer bill. So they're still working on it, and there might be a point where they may ask city council people to reach out to our local assembly members about the Senate Budget Committee that's going on, that's having those conversations. So McGuire, John Laird, Nancy Skinner, there's a number of them, but they'll let us know, and they'll also give us talking points to the Board of Supervisors, to Mendo and Sonoma County, and to city councils as well. So that's information from Sonoma Clean Power. And also last week we went to the Cotati Roanoke Park Rotarian Salute the Community Awards. So it was really nice to see Officer Ryan Sullivan received an award for Cotati, and some of the other jurisdictions as well. Okay, thank you.
I attended the annual biological opinion for the Russian River update, where they talk about all the environmental improvements and studies and things that are being done regarding endangered species. And I guess there was a lot of really good information, a lot of interesting studies that are going on. I think that's all publicly available. But the most interesting thing I learned was they're doing a really cool study where they tag all the baby fish, which I forgot the vocab word for them, the baby salmon out of the hatchery with acoustic tags. So they actually float up the Russian River in a raft and stick an acoustic sensor below, and they can uniquely identify where the fish are dying and like how far they make it up the river. And it's really interesting. They find they make it through Dry Creek pretty well, and then they start to die off at that transition into the Russian River. And at the Mirabel Dam, they have some issues, but then it's just very interesting and really cool science going on. So I'd be happy to share more with any of you if you're interested.
So I think the most exciting thing for me was on June 1st, the Pride flag raising that we had ceremony. And they have raised the Pride flag before, but it's my understanding this is the first time we had an official ceremony for it. And Solicia Aguilar from the LGBTQ Connections came and spoke. And also Declan Bates, who graduated from Rancho Cotati High School and was the president of the GSA there before that, the Genders and Sexualities Alliance. Vice Mayor Sparks read the proclamation, which I very much appreciate, and Sylvia was also, Ms. Council Member Lemus was also in attendance, which was really great. And we had some members of the community, and Shelley Berman, who is our Planning Commissioner Berman attended, which was really great, and just a bunch of residents, which was really cool, and some staff as well, which was really nice. Like Kevin was there, and Damien was there, and I'm not really sure who else. Oh, John Savage, Chair of the Planning Commission, was also there. Can you think of anyone else I should mention? Okay. Yeah, it was really, really fun. It was really, really, actually got a little, welled up. I wasn't expecting to, but watching the flag go up was kind of emotional for me. So it was really cool. And then for moving forward to the Juneteenth flag raising, we're going to have, I guess now it's next Monday. It's coming really fast. I met with Rachel Brumfield, who is the faculty advisor for the Black Student Union at Rancho Cotati High School. And so we have a student who's going, an upcoming senior, Layla, who is going to come and speak, and Marjorie Crum Shears is who, if you don't know, is like one of our resident stars, because she was in Fruitdale, right? The movie, she played the grandma, in case you guys didn't know that. Anyway, she's going to be singing, actually, Lift Every Voice as we raise the flag in a duet with my baby boy, Miles. So that should be pretty cool. And then we're working on the one other speaker. Either we're going to have someone from the NAACP, or we may just have the one speaker and the song. So we're hoping for 10-ish, just because I was thinking 11, but then Roanoke Park scheduled a Juneteenth thing from 11 to 12:30, and so I thought it would be great if we could maybe do it like an hour before then. But I know the time is TBD, but in order to get everybody there, it'd be great to have a time sooner rather than later. So those are my main things. Also, the Rotary Awards was really fun and really great. And it was, one thing I'd just like to comment about that in terms of Cotati is, you know, I think it would be great if we could get more representation. Like, I don't know if our chamber also recognizes businesses, Cotati businesses, but it seemed like Roanoke Park was very strongly represented. And I think the only Cotati person that was recognized was Ryan, was Officer Sullivan. So I could be wrong about that, but I just thought it would be great if we could get more Cotati recognition, because our people in Cotati are amazing.
Are you done? Okay, all right. Ben, I see your hand.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, June 1st was a busy day, as I mentioned at the last council meeting. I couldn't come to the flag raising ceremony on the 1st because that morning was the 20th anniversary board meeting for the Russian River Watershed Association. And the only item to report from that is ongoing updates on the upper watershed situation and efforts to figure out how to keep taking advantage of those water rights for the EO and the diversion that the PG&E is abandoning there. So that effort continues, but it does hold a lot of potential. If that diversion goes away, the upper watershed is in a lot of trouble, and that will have knock-on effects for all of us. But the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Russian River Watershed Association was great. I think they do impressive work for a relatively small cost to the city. Thanks.
All right. So I have a couple of things. One, I'll go in order. June 7th, I attended the LAFCO meeting. We were able to finalize the consolidation of the volunteer fire departments into Gold Ridge. There were not enough protests to put it to a vote, so that is done. So we're getting smaller and smaller in our individual fire departments, which is good. And we are also going to be embarking on a multiple services review for Santa Rosa. So they're looking for a consultant to do that right now. So those are the highlights from that. And then I attended the Santa Rosa GSA meeting, and at that meeting, the most important thing that I think people would be interested in is they reported on some of the well recoveries. So because of the all the rain that we had, our wells are actually, some of the monitoring wells are recovering quite nicely, which is really good news. The only one that seemed a little bit odd, and he did have a good explanation for that, was the one that was mixed But he said that the reason that one didn't recover as well is it just went into service last November, and he says it takes a little bit for it kind of all of that construction and everything to clear out. So it wasn't very receptive to receiving waters. But yeah, just as one representation, one of the shallow ones had a 10 feet higher, which was great, and one of the deep ones actually had a 40 feet recovery. So that's really great news. So hopefully those monitoring wells are working for us, so that's good. Let's see, what day is that? Oh, on 6/8, I also attended mayors and council members, and we had a couple presentations on a couple of tax initiatives that are going to be going forward. One was from Our Kids' Future, and they're proposing a sales tax measure, so we'll be seeing and hearing probably a little bit more about that. And we also received a presentation from Sonoma County Fire Services Working Group, and they are looking also to put forward for 2024 a sales tax measure. So sales tax measures will be a-coming. On 6/9, I also attended the Rotary event. It was great, and I was glad to see Officer Sullivan get that award. That was really, and you did a great job introducing him. The stories of some of the people were really wonderful, and the educators. Just so you know, the educators were from the Cotati Warner Park district. So yeah, but it's from the district. Then lastly, yesterday I attended the SCTA, RCPA meeting, and of note, which has come up a couple of times, is that today the RFP for bike share mobility pilot recommendations will be going out. And I asked, do they have, because they've had so many problems with vendors and things like that, and they said that there's still a handful of vendors that are able to make the model work. So hopefully we'll get some good stuff from that. And they did talk about some of the things that Craig talked about on Safe Route to School funding and other grant funding. And that's all I have.
I just wanted to clarify. I think I said Fruitdale, which is probably because I come from San Jose, but it's actually Fruitvale Station. It's the BART station, the story about Oscar Grant. So, and it's Marjorie Crump Shears. I'm not sure I was super clear about that. So thank you for allowing me to correct myself.
A movie star in our present. So with that, we will move to public comments on non-action agenda items, and there's no one here in the audience, but we still do have Zoom attendees.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. Any Zoom attendees that would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Harvey, that'll end public comment.
Alrighty, so then we will be moving to closed session. We have a conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is a portion of APN 144-275-001 and right-of-way adjacent to the southeast boundary of APN 144-275-001. Cotati City Negotiators is the city manager, and the negotiating party is Tesla. So with that, we will go to closed session. I would, are we ready? I would like to call this meeting back to order, and we are back from closed session, and there is nothing to report. And so, is there any information received after the agenda?
There was one public comment received, written public comment, as well as an update to attachment A on item 11E, both of which were uploaded to the web agenda and available here in print in the chamber tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. Then I will call this meeting adjourned at 10:59.